Good morning. Let's remain standing for a moment of silence, prayer, and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Good morning, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, bagolo ba rona bo botlhe, ra le dumedisa, good morning. But he's not here. I have here before me a message that I must announce the birthday of Member S. Musimanga and wish him well, but he's not here. It's stuck in traffic. Okay. No, I'm told it's today. Is it? When is the birthday? Today or yesterday? Today. Today, Premier. Achoo. Well, we do wish him well, and Member Moriarty, you heard the call for a cake, so you'll make sure that happens. Yeah, I trust you. Honorable members, we don't have any members' announcements. We don't have motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. We have one member statement in terms, one MEC statement in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. MEC Motara. Yeah, it says so. You don't? Oh, okay.
That's incorrect, Speaker. I didn't submit for member statement.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. But we do have member statements from Honorable Mohobe. I don't know if he's online or is he coming in physically. Okay. I hear something online.
I'm here online, Speaker.
Okay. All right, do proceed,
Yes, I'm here
Honorable
online.
Mohobe.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I rise today to commend the Honorable Premier for his bold leadership in establishing the Gauteng Youth Advisory Panel, which signifies a decisive step to ensure that the voices and aspirations and the demands of young people are heard and acted upon at the highest level of government. It said that after the announcement of the Youth Advisory Panel by the Premier, one of the panel members who represented a bright future for the panel then left us and passed away, Tolitembe Lihlengwenye. The Youth Advisory Panel is not just symbolic, it is a practical response to challenges such as unemployment, social and economic exclusion, gender-based violence, and a limited youth participation in governance. It reflects the ANC-led government commitment to inclusive governance, youth empowerment, and the character of a developmental state. This advisory panel will work hard to defend the creation of jobs and, of course, work hard to deal with the issues about filling of funded vacancies and ensuring that vulnerable groups get priority. The Youth Advisory Panel will provide a platform to bring about policy interventions that will respond to youth challenges in the province. We are hopeful that the advisory panel, amongst other issues, will then assist the Gauteng government to bring about the Provincial Youth Development Fund, a Provincial Youth Development Dashboard, economic growth and industrialization, crime prevention and social inclusion. This will ensure that the youth continue to strengthen crime prevention wardens program, address gender-based violence and drive inclusion for LGBTQI youth in public programs. This panel will hold government accountable, monitor youth-focused interventions, and ensure that our development strategies translate into real opportunities for young people. Honorable Speaker, we believe that this is the best way to future-proof our province. It is a clear demonstration that the ANC-led government listens and acts. We urge young people to engage fully with the panel and help build a youth-centered, people-driven Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohobe. I don't know if it's a member's phone that's ringing. Please make sure that that doesn't happen. Honorable Mikwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Good morning and happy birthday, Honorable Msimang. In accordance with Rule 81, Sub 1, I, Linting Mikwe, table the following member statement. Honorable members, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, established in 1995, was a legal body mandated to investigate apartheid-era human rights violations. Its primary aim was to promote national healing by uncovering the truth and offering victims a platform to be heard. On the 29th of May 2025, President Cyril Ramaphosa signed a proclamation establishing a Judicial Commission of Inquiry chaired by retired Judge Sisi Khampempe. This commission will investigate efforts to obstruct investigations and prosecutions of apartheid-era crimes. On the 10th of July 2025, shortly after the commission's establishment, Johan Mare, a 66-year-old former apartheid police officer from Niger, was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the 1987 murder of student activist Caiphas Nyoga. Caiphas was only 18 years old matric student and a member of the Congress of South African Students when he was brutally killed by apartheid forces. He was shot 12 times in the head, chest and face. His only crime was believing in a free, just and equal South Africa. In his guilty plea, Mare admitted to firing 4 shots. He also implicated colleagues with pending cases who contributed to what can only be described as a cold-blooded political execution. This sentencing is a powerful reminder of apartheid's cruelty and a step toward long overdue justice. It proves that although delayed, accountability remains possible for crimes against a generation of black youth shaped by national democratic revolution. The ANC honours Caiphas Nyoga and all the young people who pay the ultimate price for the democracy we enjoy today. We urge the Commission, along with the NPA and other justice agencies, to intensify efforts to hold perpetrators accountable and bring closure to affected families. But we also strongly believe that one day, even those that bombed the house of the Tobela family that led to the death of COSAS leaders, the sisters in particular, will actually resurface. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mekwe. Honorable Chabalala.
Madam Speaker, I stand here as the voice of the residents of Moscow Informal Settlement in Everton West. I am enraged by the disregard shown by Premier Panyaza Lesufi and MEC for Human Settlement, Tasnim Motar. For more than a decade, residents of this community have lacked proper hygiene facilities and a stable water supply. This is not simply a matter of neglect, but a violation of their constitutional right for essential services. If housing were sufficiently provided and distributed without delays, there would be no informal settlement in Gauteng, including Moscow. The persistence of these settlements is a consequence of government's failure to address housing needs efficiently and equitably. I am appalled that Premier Lesufi and MEC Mutara see no agency in fixing this crisis. Why? Because they and their families are not the ones suffering. They live in comfort, never worrying about where their next glass of clean drinkable water will come from. The same cannot be said for Moscow residents. I refuse to accept this neglect. I demand a permanent solution to provide consistent access to clean water and sanitation facilities to end the sanitation nightmare endured by Moscow residents. A Gauteng provincial government led by the DA would formalize basic services in informal settlements, providing residents with the dignity they deserve while accelerating the provision of decent housing. Premier Lesufi and MEC Mutara, your comfortable lives do not absolve you of your duty. The people of Moscow deserve respect, dignity, and action now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. Honorable members, notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there's none. I received the following apologies. Member Evans and Member Hickling are attending the International AIDS Society Conference in Rwanda. I'm also informed that they might join us virtually. Member R. Robinson is on study leave. Member D. Adams has got a medical appointment. Member Makwala is not in due to party deployment. Member Poho will debate on his behalf. Member Simatla is also on party deployment, and Member Abrahams will debate on her behalf. Member Engelbrecht is not feeling well, as well as Member A. Ali. We have in our presence stakeholders, honorable members. We have a delegation from Namibia. These are the guests of the presiding officers. They are led by the chairperson of the National Council of Namibia, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha. The Deputy Chair of Chairs is going to be... The Deputy Chair of Chairs is going to be hosting them in about 30, 35 minutes. You're welcome. We also have from the city of Johannesburg, El Dorado petitioners. They're also welcome. We have from Tshwane, Winterfeld community members. I just want to remind you gently, our guests, all our stakeholders. That's very commendable, honorable members. It's the first time I see you actually welcoming stakeholders. It's very commendable. However, our guests, I just want to remind you that you do not partake in the proceedings in the House. That includes clapping hands, taking photos, or commenting. Just watch the honorable members quietly. Thank you very much. Mokwaledi, o ka re buisetsa tsamaiso ya ntlha?
Madam Speaker, before the Secretary reads the orders paper for today, we have a House resolution that all of us agreed on regarding the amount of papers that are printed, which we never use, and we leave them every day. They are costing the legislature an arm and a leg, Madam Speaker. We are asking that we implement that resolution because you have given us the tools of trade, you have given us laptops, you have given us iPads, you have given us phones where we are able to access all these documents that are printed. No one will lose their job if they don't print. We must just give them a different responsibility. If there's somebody who's printing who believes maybe they'll lose their job, because I know the service people told me this morning that, hey, Manje, what will happen to us? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Look at me, don't make anyone feel guilty, but I hear you. Yeah, we'll make sure that, that is adhered to. We'll make sure that that is adhered to. Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Mokwaledi re ka boela ko go wena, o ka re balela tsamaiso ya ntlha.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. The first order of the day is the consideration of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable Masuku, I'm told you are online. You can present your report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Premier. Good morning to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. And of course, let me extend warm birthday wishes to Honorable Msimang, and also welcome our delegates and our guests from Namibia, the land of Nojoma and Toivo Jatovo. I hereby, as the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, table the oversight report on the assessment budget vote 10 for the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the financial year 25-26. The purpose of this report is to provide a summary of the committee overview of its assessment on the budget allocation amongst the various programs and sub-programs of the department. The report also details the concerns and recommendations of the committee and also help to assist to strengthen its oversight function and intervention programs to achieve a safer Gauteng. The report will cover the following areas which are important in terms of our presentation today. The first part will be the oversight on budget allocation. The department received 2.3 billion, reflecting a marginal increase of 1% when compared to 2.3 billion, which was allocated in the previous financial year. The respective programs received their share of the allocations as follows. Program 1, which is administration, received 184.6 million, reflecting a 1% increase when compared to the 183.5 million which was received in the previous financial year. The program took 8% of the department's allocation. Program 2, the Provincial Secretariat received 271.9 million, recording an increase of 1% when compared to 268.2 million which was allocated in the previous financial year. Program 3, which is traffic management, received 1.9 billion, also a 1% increase as compared to 1.8, which was received in the previous financial year. This program took the largest share of 81% of the department's allocation. As part of processing this oversight report and also the from the department, the committee held a public meeting in Gauteng as part of its legislated mandate to promote public participation and community involvement, and also to gather the views of the people in terms of what should be considered going forward in the budget. The following were some of the submissions that were made in this public platform. On crime prevention and policing, it was clear that the communities were saying that the committee and the department must consult the public and the community before agreeing and determining department's budget, because that will consider the needs and the wants and the demands that they require. The community was also concerned about the inadequate resources in terms of the police stations that are around Gauteng in particular, the shortage of vehicles, and it was also noted that the area was severely impacted by crime, reduced police response to crime scenes in this sector. They also raised an issue relating to support to community police forum and patrollers, and also they raised an issue around the opening of Thokoza police station, which has not been occupied since it was constructed early on in the decade. And they also called about the establishment of satellite police stations to be established in some of the areas where they are far from the police station. They also spoke about the issues relating to municipalities' matters of maintenance, particularly in terms of grass growing, grass cutting, the poor street lighting, and this also the community spoke about and encouraged that there must be proper intergovernmental relations. The community also expressed its dissatisfaction in terms of the low conviction rate, which was reflected in the police report from the police station. In terms of the community concerns, the committee raised the following concerns: the high level of accruals resulting from the payment of Gauteng traffic wardens. The committee was concerned about the community police forums and patroller teams not receiving adequate capacitation and support. The committee is also concerned about the reports that some learners are selling drugs on school properties and engage in gang-related activities. The committee was also concerned about the functionality of community safety forums in municipalities. The committee also noted the department plans regarding assessment of police performance. Lastly, the committee also noted that plans aimed at reducing road crashes is still not yet been seen. The committee proposed the following recommendations, which should be submitted by the 29th August 2025. The department should halt the recruitment drive of Gauteng traffic wardens until the organization structure is finalized and their payment is properly integrated into the department's budget. The department must submit a thorough report outlining how community police forum and patrollers will be equipped and supported to carry out some of the responsibilities effectively. The department collaboration with other relevant role players must improve in school safety interventions to curb gangsterism in schools. The department must report on indicators for community safety forums. The department must report on findings emanating on the oversight visits in the police stations and metro police departments on a quarterly basis. The department must submit progress report on its performance in reducing road crashes and fatalities. On acknowledgements, the chairperson, myself, like to thank the Premier Andrek Lusufi, the HOD, Ms. Sisulu, and officials of both the Office of the Premier and the Department of Community Safety for their cooperation during the consideration of 25-26 financial year budget vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety. I further thank the following members for their cooperation and diligence in assessing the budget appropriation bill: Honorable Mhlagaza Manamela, Honorable Bunene, Honorable Moody, Honorable Evans, Honorable Maluka, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Mulder, Honorable Bosch, and Honorable San. Further thank the support staff led by the coordinator and senior researcher, and also thank the communications officer and the information officer in their participation in assessing this budget vote. In accordance to Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, I recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on Budget Vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety for 25-26 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the concern and proposed recommendation made in this report. I submit.
Honorable Dr. Masuku, is there a seconder?
Second Chair, Member Moody.
Thank you very much for the two honorable members. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Those not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Mokwaledi, re ka ya ko tsamaisong ya bobedi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second order is the budget speech and the debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate that. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable Chief Whip and members of the Legislature, members of the Mayoral Committee present here who are responsible for community safety, Provincial Commissioner for Police, Head of Departments and Senior Managers of the Department of Community Safety, the entire management of SAPS, the chiefs of Metro Police departments that are present here, and I want to thank them for coming, and the chiefs of local traffic departments, our stakeholders from the criminal justice system in the province, our community policing fora in Gauteng, and members that are coming from various volunteer formations that are fighting crime in our province, especially the private security institutions, the Gauteng traffic wardens, members of the media and members of the public. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 3 days ago, a stone throw from this legislature, a group of criminals specializing in business robberies invaded various businesses, unaware that we've been monitoring them for quite some time. After they've committed their deeds, we went for them in an intelligence-driven operation. The mistake they made, they thought they can match our firepower. After a mini skirmish, 3 of these criminals were fatally wounded, and 1 died upon seeing the presence of police. We are proud of these intelligence-driven activities that have been executed by our law enforcement agencies in our province. This is an example of many that we've made of the statement and the commitment that we've made during the State of the Province address, that we've identified key kingpins that are mainly responsible for criminal activities in our province. We're committed to track and monitor them. We've promised to tackle the criminals head on, and that is what we've done in the last 3 months. Our forces displayed another courageous act on the N3 when our Gauteng Traffic Police Air Wing, together with various law enforcement agencies, including the private security companies, supported by our KZN counterparts, confronted and arrested suspects who were linked to multiple cash-in-transit robberies in our province. Today, as I present this budget for the Department of Community Safety, more than a week ago, all our law enforcement agencies again displayed great courage by pouncing on kidnapping suspects in Lenasia who who went on social media and said to the police, "Catch us if you can." And indeed, we went to catch them without any form of resistance. These and many operations have contributed to a sudden drop in crime stats in our province. Gauteng has seen a decrease of 7.9% in community-reported serious crimes during the first 3 months of 2025, according to the latest crime stats released by the Provincial Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General Mtombeni. 7.9 decrease in crime activities in our province is a major achievement, even though we all agree that crime is still too high in our province. But this decline is an indication that the new strategies that we've employed are starting to tilt the fight against crime. We also reduced road fatalities during the December holidays, as well as during the Easter holidays, being ranked amongst the only 3 provinces that have reduced road fatalities in these 2 periods. We are proud that our e-panic button have just won a gold medal at the Africa Public Service Awards held in Addis Ababa, being voted the most innovative design to fight crime in the continent. To date, almost 100,000 citizens continue to utilize this e-panic button that have saved so many lives and ensured that those that need medical assistance are provided this assistance. Our success in turning the tide against crime is mainly due to our new approach in fighting crime in our province. We embrace technology, we strengthen our intelligence capabilities, and also established new focused partnerships with municipalities, private security companies, and the police. Today, we are proud to report to you that we have finally removed boundaries in fighting crime in our province, making us the only province where all law enforcement agencies of municipalities, provincial government, and national government have put all their resources in one basket to do one thing and one thing only: to fight crime. There's no municipality or private company alone that can fight crime. This groundbreaking agreement was signed by all executive mayors of our municipalities, thus paving the way for joint planning, joint execution of our plans to fight crime in the province. To date, these operations have led to the arrest of many wanted criminals and the deporting of illegal foreigners, coupled with the closure of drug labs and the recovery of stolen properties. So today it's an honor and privilege to present to you the budget vote of the 2025-2026 financial year of the Department of Community Safety. This occasion coincides with a very significant week and that the country is celebrating Nelson Mandela Day this Friday, the 18th of July, 2025. The task of fighting crime and liberating our people from the terror it strikes in communities, it's not a small feat. It's an enormous task which speaks of the need for grit and determination, which speaks of the need to elevate this important task of fighting crime to be in the highest office of our province, in the office of the Premier. When you took this task and mandate, Doomsday has doubted us and doubted our commitment to deal and attend to this matter. It has been a blessing to coordinate this task and ensure that each and every department, each and every municipality, and those that are supporting us are coordinated at the highest level in the office of the Premier. I want to thank the law enforcement agencies for agreeing to collaborate and to work with us. We have promised to tackle the criminals head on, and that is what we are determined to continue doing in our province. The cases that I've just outlined today are just some of the notable cases that show the unwavering commitment and courage of our law enforcement agencies to fight crime in Gauteng. It is against this background that I'm confident that as the Gauteng Provincial Government, we are headed in the right direction in the task of building a safer province. However, I must admit that this is not a small task. The Department of Community Safety continue to contribute to the priorities of the 7th administration, underpinned by growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan of action. And in this regard, the department is guided by these priorities, which include 1, inclusive economic growth and job creation; 2, to improve living conditions and enhance health and well-being of our people; 3, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Madam Speaker, in February 2025, we outlined 13 problems of Gauteng and characterized them as G13. And those that were assigned to the Department of Community Safety were G2, cable theft and vandalism; G5, mushrooming of informal settlement; G8, the increase in gender-based violence and femicide. It's within this context that the necessary resources were allocated to empower our law enforcement agencies to respond to these G13 problems. And it's for this reason that the Department of Community Safety considers its mandate more than just fighting crime, but as a crucial tool to assist in the safety of our people across all walks of life in our province. To this end, the department has hit the ground running as it grapples with the lessening of the impact of G13 challenges and strives to improve safety and well-being of our citizens. Honourable members, the provincial government is implementing what we call a 10-point integrated crime prevention plan, guided by the National Crime Prevention Strategy. And this 10-point integrated crime prevention plan is focused on improving policing capabilities and prevention of GBVF, amongst other things that we have committed ourselves. Our plan and the 10-point plan, amongst other commitment that was made, it was to use technology to strengthen boots on the ground, ensure we establish a command center, and provide the necessary systems for a cashless province, and also connect the fighting programs of local government and strengthen our desire to work jointly with the SAPS. We are proud to date, all these 10 points are starting to yield the necessary dividends. It's within this context that today we are tabling a budget allocation of 2.3 billion, and the budget is broken down as follows. Administration will receive 184 million, the Provincial Secretariat will receive 271 million, and the large chunk of the department, almost 1.9 billion, will be allocated to fight crime directly through the Traffic Management Unit. It is this commitment that makes us proud that indeed we are starting to make a shift or a dent in the fight against crime. We committed to install CCTV cameras in our communities. Yesterday, it was the turn of the Western region to receive 200 new CCTV cameras in the Western. To protect tourists and safeguard our communities, we installed 28 CCTV cameras in Magaliesberg, 11 CCTV cameras in Tukoms to fight gangs and observe their movement. We also installed 16 cameras in Motlakeng, 12 cameras in Gauteng, 14 cameras in Kagiso, and 8 cameras in Widela, bringing to almost 197 new cameras in the West Rand, so that our presence can be felt and criminals can know we are watching every movement that they are making. In total, to date, as the Gauteng government, we have installed more than 500 new cameras on top of the 8,000 more cameras that we have installed through partnership with Vumacam. We remain the only province that have made available 3 new helicopters to law enforcement agencies in our province. Through this investment and the creation of the new air wing of the police in our province, we have now arrested 863 criminals that were part of cash heist, illegal mining, amongst other activities that led to their arrest. Utilizing the air wing, we recovered 253 stolen vehicles, and we also recovered 162 firearms that were also recovered during criminal activities. This air wing has presented the necessary support that the law enforcement agencies have been looking for, and we remain, proudly so, the only province that have provided this kind of support to law enforcement agencies. Because we want the police to be well equipped, we have also handed over 166 new vehicles to the police so that there's no police station that can claim they can't respond to crime because they don't have vehicles. Amongst the 166 vehicles donated, they include police vans, mobile police station, and fast cars that can track and chase criminals easily in our highways. We want to thank the SAPS for accepting this gift and utilizing these resources to fight crime in our province. The department, through the Provincial Secretariat, continue to ensure support of community policing forums and patrollers who play a crucial role in bridging the gap between community and law enforcement agencies. To date, we have added 10,000 patrollers who were verified through the Operation Ziveze so that we know who they are and the work they're doing. In return, the department has purchased 25 VW crafters for the Seabangena group so that they can be in a position to execute their mandate as they support law enforcement agencies. A total of 1,200 Seabangena operations were held, and mainly within our school premises and during events to ensure that these events are flawless. With regard to traffic management, the department, as I indicated earlier on, will provide 1.9 billion towards road safety initiatives, preventing road fatalities, and encouraging responsible use of roads in our province. Madam Speaker, we continue to make good on the elevated priorities that we announced earlier during the State of the Province address. More than 8,000 Gauteng traffic wardens have been recruited as a force multiplier since the establishment of this unit. Crime-fighting efforts and police visibility in our communities has been enhanced. I'm glad to report back to the House that we finally met with the Ministry of Police, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development, RTMC, to finalize the constitutional standing of the Gauteng traffic wardens. A draft agreement is on the table for final negotiations. When signed, it will finally release the traffic wardens to do the work according to the laws of our country. With partnership with the Department of Roads and Transport, we have also launched a new unit to tackle taxi violence in our province. Since the introduction of this unit, dubbed Abunjandeni, we almost silenced taxi violence in our province. When this unit was established, those that were responsible for taxi violence in our province took cover because we had a new unit dedicated to tackle them head-on, armed and dangerous, and ready to take them as they do their wrong things in our roads. The interim Provincial Integrated Command Center is now operational. We're integrating this technology and also bringing all other institutions that are utilizing this technology, are utilizing CCTV cameras and other technologies so that they can be centrally monitored and we can be in a position to disperse support to law enforcement agencies. We are at the final stages of bringing e-tolls countries to be part of our crime prevention activities in our province. This is the most important investment that we want to bring to fight crime in our province. I'll always emphasize this point. The use of CCTV cameras and e-tolls countries are mainly and strictly for crime prevention. There must be no individual that is missing their girlfriend or boyfriend that will come to us where is their boyfriend or girlfriend. We are utilizing these services for law enforcement agencies and nothing else. We are not responsible for spouses that don't sleep at home during weekends. The other leg that we are now investing our resources on is to support our students in higher education institutions. These students are confronted with muggings and, in some instances, gender-based violence. The department is strengthening partnership between the private sector and non-government organizations in a bid to intensify crime-fighting efforts in higher education institutions in our province. We are lucky to host so many higher education institutions in our province, and we want our students to enjoy their lives even after ours. So partnerships are not only limited to security cluster, but all sectors of the economy, because crime affects everyone. The department will continue to strengthen partnership with institutions of higher learning through the Memorandum of Understanding which we have signed with the following higher education institutions: Tshwane University of Technology, University of Johannesburg, Northwest University, Ekurhuleni College, and West College. We also want to thank and congratulate University of Johannesburg for launching their CCTV cameras that are also linked to our cameras, so that we can be in a position to provide support to students that are residing in the CBDs. These agreements aim to enhance the implementation of social crime prevention efforts across the tertiary institutions in our province. We call upon other universities to also enter this partnership. Honourable members, the Gauteng Provincial Government, together with the South African Police, Metro Police, as well as other law enforcement agencies, we have signed this groundbreaking agreement on the 15th of April to put all our resources together and work together. Every quarter, we invade a certain area that has high crime statistics so that we can be in a position to reduce crime in this area. Last week, we were in Kagiso. The other quarter, we were in Tembisa. The previous quarter, we went to Mfuleni. Next month, we are invading Tshwane, especially an area called Jukulei. We want our presence to be felt and criminals to know that their time is over. We are indeed prepared to be part of the implementation of the National Action Plan against GBV, and we are also making resources available to assist those that are facing difficulties of GBVF. Almost 1,246 cases were tracked, and we have provided the following support: 38 green doors that are available, GBF brigades, 125 victims-friendly rooms, and a total of 145 law enforcement agents officials that are specifically trained to deal with GBF activities. Madam Speaker, as the department, we are now ready to host the G20 that is going to be held in our province. Yesterday, together with all provincial government departments and municipalities, we have now finally adopted a program of action to beautify our province, to ensure that our province is safe, and then lay the basis to be ready, the basis that will make us to be ready to host thousands of visitors that are expected to arrive in our province. The G20 arrangements are a clear commitment between ourselves, and the G20 commitment is a clear vote of confidence of our province, because our province was chosen amongst many other provinces as a suitable province to host this historic event. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to thank the Portfolio Chair, Dr. Wallis Masuku, and members of the Portfolio Committee, together with the support staff of this Portfolio Committee, for the outstanding work that they continue to execute. I also want to thank the HOD of the department and the senior management of the department, who continues to drive our efforts to fight crime in this province. Later this month, we will convene an all-inclusive crime prevention summit to take stock of our work and also to seek guidance from ordinary citizens on how best can we fight crime in our province. We'll also implement the resolutions that have been taken at the National Crime Prevention Summit so that we can make the fight against crime an all-inclusive effort, so that it's not confined only to government departments. To the people of Gauteng, we are quite aware that we remain the epicenter of crime, and we need to come with creative methods to drive crime away in our province. We also long for the days where businesses can operate 24 hours in our province, so that we can push the economy and create more job opportunities for our people. But we want to commit once again that every street, every taxi rank, every home, and every school in our province will one day be safe. To the criminals, your time is up. Gauteng is no longer your playfield. Thank you so much for your attention.
Honorable Premier. Honorable Bosch.
Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In September 2024, a 43-year-old man was accused of raping an 8-year-old girl in Swavelpoort in Tshwane. A case was opened on 13th May last year, but no arrests were made until 4 months later when the suspect surrendered himself at the police station. 4 months. In that time, an alleged predator roamed free, endangering children in our communities. This delay exposes how tragedy is normalized in a province where the government claims that safety is a top priority. In March this year, a young man was gunned down in Tukumsrus, and it's not an isolated case. A known gang opened fire in a drive-by shooting in front of his friends, and he died before help could arrive because Mohlakeng police station is broken and under-resourced and only responded the following day. On the 25th of May, this lady, Olurate Mongale, a bright upcoming Wits postgraduate student, went on a date. She never came back. She was beaten to death and dumped in Lombardy West. These are not isolated cases. These are our people, our children, and our future. We are not here today to debate the crime statistics, but these stories paint a horrifying picture of a province that leads the country in murder, rape, attempted murder, and gender-based violence. We must ask, is the money in this budget for the citizens of Gauteng being used effectively to protect their lives? Madam Speaker, while the Premier boasts about the war on crime, the Department of Community Safety's 2.4 billion budget for 2025-2026 tells a different story. This budget is a document of numbers, but not of safety. It doesn't respond to the people it's meant to serve. The DA submitted numerous questions to reveal what this government ignores and is trying to hide. And what did we find? That 24 police stations doesn't have holding cells. Hundreds of South African police vehicles are broken down and unrepairable, gathering dust at police stations and garages. No money has been allocated to fix this. Not one single new green door safe space for GBV victims will be opened this year, despite thousands of women still trapped in abuse. Instead, the budget obsesses over glossy, PR-friendly projects, gadgets, drones, and branded jackets. Yes, technology can assist, but a drone cannot assist if it's gathering dust and doesn't have a trained operator, or collects data that leads to nowhere. It certainly can't protect a woman in immediate danger if a local police station can't respond in real time. No mother in Diepsloot, no grandmother in Kagiso, no student in Braamfontein sleeps better knowing a drone is gathering dust instead of assisting a local police station in real time. Real safety means boots on the ground, and by that I don't mean the Premier's VIP detail or the compensation budget that's increased from 1.7 billion to 1.8 billion next year. Is this to accommodate the safety wardens just once again? Real safety means functional police stations, trauma support, and victims not being left alone. This budget is disconnected from the lived reality of Gauteng residents. It funds headlines, not healing. It funds technology, not trust. It lets communities bury their loved ones while government spins a narrative of action. A DA-led Gauteng government would have invested in policing fundamentals, people, infrastructure, and real frontline support, because that's where safety starts. Madam Speaker, for that reason, the DA cannot and will not support this budget. We will continue to conduct our oversight and engage with victims to build a costed needs-based plan with needs and priorities of this province to enhance real safety in Gauteng.
Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Maluka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to Madam Speaker, the Premier, honourable members, and the residents of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, the term of terms GBV and GBVF appear combined number of 5 times maximum in this budget vote report. The terms appear twice in the list of acronyms, and then 3 more times in the analysis of the budget allocation for Program 2 under the sub-program Safety Promotion. While it may seem trivial to some, Madam Speaker, it is not trivial to us as the economic freedom fighters that in the first 3 quarters of the previous year, Gauteng recorded 28,738 domestic violence cases, 6,392 of those being rape cases. This same province, Madam Speaker, has already recorded 2,042 cases of rape in the first quarter of this year, with one police sector recording an 81% increase in rape cases as compared to the same quarter in the previous financial year. It is not trivial to us, Madam Speaker, that Ulrato Mungale, Lukona Force and Tulisile Mhlongo were killed almost a week apart from each other. Certainly it is not trivial to us that a young woman, Kwanele Lamula, was shot and killed in Alexander right in front of the crash where she had just dropped off her child. No, Madam Speaker, for us what is trivial is the public parade of the Department of Community Safety in this province that declares a war on rape, sexual assault, and femicide only on Twitter and in press briefings, but will dare to present a budget that speaks so little to the necessary interventions in the combating of GBV and femicide in this province. Madam Speaker, of the 149 police stations across this province with so-called GBV rooms, only 34 had toilets dedicated to victims reporting GBV-related cases. When the budget of this department speaks nothing about improving safety, privacy, dignity of those reporting GBV cases, what is going to be the end result? This very budget report is completely devoid of any allocation towards the training of police officers in dealing with the sensitivities of GBV cases. There is no support in terms of psychosocial services, at least not any that is presented in this budget. The department comes here boosting of a 2,368 million budget, a marginal increase of 1%. 1% in the province, where just between January and March this year, we had a second highest murder rate in the country, where criminals with firearms are running rampant in public places. 1% is not commitment. It's an insult. It tells our people that their safety is worth a single measly percentage point of concern. This reveals that Acacia Police Station has only 1 vehicle to cover 150 square kilometers because the system is failing its dedicated officers. It was also revealed that 24 police stations in this province don't even have holding cells. This is not a new story. It is a crisis you have allowed to fester. Madam Speaker, we are asking that the Honourable Premier to do the right thing. Stop posting pictures of one suspect a day. Yes, implement crime combating, but also give special attention to the complex nature of GBV and treat crimes of GBV with the tenacity that you treat
Honourable
your Twitter
Maluka, your
status
time is up.
updates. Thank you.
Honourable Nkani.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, President Jacob Gedlehlekisa, Mhlanganyelwa Zuma. Chief Whip, Honourable Nyati, don't worry about my minutes. The issue here, it's about, Honourable Speaker, the situation that we are under in, especially the issue of drug trafficking that is entering our country and has increased in numbers, I think, by 11%. And we are not taking care of it because it rises the GNU leadership of Ramaphosa. We've got a great concern around the issue of the increase of the budget with 1% into community safety. While we've got challenges in this country of the high number of vacant positions. And when you look at those vacant positions, why they are always not funded and why they are not filled, maybe the corruptor didn't yet identify the corrupted. So the slow progress in establishing permanent provincial integrated command center. Once we don't focus on that, a permanent provincial command center will see what is it that is happening in Gauteng, referred to the fact that the Lieutenant General Dr. Mkhwanazi has alluded to. The failure to meet the target of training drones operators. We don't have anything, we've never seen any crime where we'll say drones have assisted us moving forward. And the non-achievement of targets of procurement spent for target groups, which includes business owned by women, youth, people living with disability, as well as township enterprises. A lack of reporting on the status of curbing roads connages. As Umkhonto Wesizwe, we cannot withstand the issue that more than 100 of dockets in Gauteng around murder cases are somewhere in a certain office occupied by somebody, and our resources in this province are being misused by the criminal around some cats somewhere who are misusing those resources. While we are crying about drones and so forth, there are cats that are using all these systems that we are trying to cover up crime. So it is a great concern in this province that we must always focus and make sure that the resources are directed in a correct space. And we fill in space with people living in Gauteng, because it is a normal trend that the people of Gauteng are not benefiting, but people who are benefiting in Gauteng are people who are not residing in Gauteng, but they will use residential addresses of Gauteng.
Your time is up, Honorable Nkani. Thank you very much. Honorable J.C. Moody. Honorable Moody.
Morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I believe that the Honourable Premier had decided to add the Department of Community Safety into his portfolio because he understands that crime, and crime, may I add, has a negative impact upon the pivotal role Gauteng plays in the economy of our country. Yet sadly, Gauteng is also the crime haven of South Africa. We feel unsafe in our very homes, which should be our sanctuary of safety, our castles. While the department has a crucial role to play in ensuring the safety and security of our citizens, its performance has been marred by several challenges. Due to time restraints, I can only mention a few. Over the years, the department's budget allocations have been insufficient to address the scale and complexity of safety and policing challenges in the province. Added to this challenge is the fact that the department hasn't and still isn't optimizing its responsibilities and mandate of oversight over the policing services in the province, nor is it succeeding in its function to improve the relationships between the police and the communities they serve. Over the years that I have been in this portfolio committee, year in and year out, it's the same old problems of a lack of places of safety for victims of gender-based violence at many police stations. Victims are subjected to secondary victimization by the police, who are poorly trained to deal with such sensitive cases, etc. Community police forums, which instead of being a conduit between the community and the police, assisting in the identification of crime hotspots and being part of the development of local crime fighting and prevention strategies, actually taking on the role of the police. Instead of encouraging and assisting communities to establish neighborhood watches and patroller groups and assisting them to partner with the local SAPs and policing agencies, they break down such local initiatives with a big brother approach. The department talks about monitoring case dockets, watching briefs, etc. Yet we have not and still do not see any improved outcomes measured by an increase in the number of convictions and a tangible decrease in crime. Sadly, we, the citizens of Gauteng, are not experiencing a positive impact of the efforts of this department. What we do experience instead is an ever-depressing negative impact due to the lawlessness that persists. Madam Speaker, we can continue to praise a fish for swimming. However, the bottom line is the department must focus upon getting the basics right. The revelations made by Lieutenant General Mkonazi about the involvement of politicians, businessmen, SAPs, Metro Police, Judiciary, and criminals in crime syndicates in our province is disturbing and further erodes the waning confidence we have in our policing services. I conclude by once more praising the crime wardens for the positive effect they are having on the fight against crime, albeit that they still do not have peace officer status, have no job security, and are under-resourced. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Honourable F. Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Premier, Honourable Members. Agbare Premier, ek hoop u kan my verstaan. Ek wil u komplimenteer op 'n baie goeie toespraak van 'n staatsman wat baie positief en baie oortuigend klink, en veral die aksies wat die premier en die departement reeds geneem het, gee die VF+ erkenning. But, Honourable Speaker, Gauteng is a vibrant economic engine for South Africa. It remains tragically burdened by alarming high crime rates. The Department for Community Safety, especially in a high crime province like Gauteng, requires significant strategic and hands-on monitoring. The Honourable Premier is the Chief Executive of the province. This is a full-time job. The FF+ is still of the opinion that the department needs a full-time MEC who can really attend hands-on, especially to oversights and committee meetings. But while noting a marginal 1% increase in the budget from the previous financial year, starkly eliminates the immense challenges we face in securing our densely populated province. The Gauteng traffic wardens, envisioned as vital force multipliers to enhance visibility, are unfortunately hampered. Community submissions reveal a critical lack of funding for training and essential tools, severely limiting their effectiveness. This under-resourcing extended to police stations, impacting response times and undermining the proactive intelligence-driven policing desperately needed. Perhaps most critically, the report uncovers a profound trust deficit in SAPs, as we also see in the media. Allegations of corruption, bribery, and poor work ethics from our communities are deeply concerning. Without public trust, effective crime fighting is severely compromised. We must move beyond marginal increases and invest strategically to rebuild this trust. The ongoing lack of crime intelligence, shortage of resources at police stations, and the lack of integration and cooperation between various organs of state is a real concern. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Ali. She actually apologized, so yeah. No, I had assumed that maybe she'll be online, so that's okay. Honourable Sen.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin with a simple question. Honourable Premier, what does a safe province look like to you? Is it a place where nearly 53% of the national kidnapping cases are happening? Or is it the one where victims of crime are forced to relive their trauma, not in the comfort of counselling rooms, but in a rundown police station where leaky roofs, broken toilets, and no privacy to share their ordeals? Madam Speaker, I wish I could share a voice recording on my phone of an old man that's been kidnapped. He's screaming for his life, he's in pain, he's crying because when he's asking his money to be delivered to the kidnappers, they are shocking him with a taser gun. Actually, you know what, Premier, I will share this with you. If you could spare me 5 minutes, I'll come to you and share this information. Madam Speaker, it should be neither, and tragically, this is only the tip of the iceberg of a crime wave engulfing the province that you lead, Mr. Premier. Your promises of fighting crime ring loud at podiums, but they must also ring true in the lives of our people. Tangible results are not slogans. We want no shootings, safer streets, and faster police response times. We have scrutinized your budget allocation and initiatives, and frankly, many have not taken off. The drone project, a much-hyped innovation, remains grounded. Your candidate drone pilots and their flying machines are like a delayed flight, whilst the residents are your stranded passengers still waiting at the gate called safety. Meanwhile, illegal mining continues unabated. SAPS officers lack the training, the equipment, and the mandate to go underground and deal with this dangerous criminal economy. Gang violence and shootings are no longer isolated incidents. These are daily realities in Westbury, Eldorado Park, and Johannesburg South, especially in coloured communities, where living in fear has unfortunately become a part of everyday life. Premier, I do not rise here merely to criticize. I rise to offer solutions. Solutions which a DA-led community safety department would offer. Firstly, we must upgrade the kidnapping unit in Gauteng with cutting-edge surveillance, AI-driven tracking tools, refresher training from global security experts, especially from regions that have successfully reduced abductions. Secondly, we must urgently professionalize and modernize SAP's capacity to combat illegal mining. That involves establishing underground technical units, utilizing advanced sonar equipment, incorporating robotics and land drones, and collaborating with private sector geotechnical experts. Thirdly, invest in real-time violence interruption programs in high-risk communities, similar to the GBV desk, with trained community peace officers for gang violence responses. Furthermore, Mr. Premier, I urge you to please convene an urgent meeting with your mayors, their Metro Police chiefs, and the chief of the Gauteng Traffic Police. These law enforcement agencies should be focusing on crime prevention, traffic safety, and visible policing, not on setting up mindless roadblocks to collect traffic fines. A JMPD officer told me that she must collect at least 7,000 rand in fines every day. Mr. Premier, this is not fighting crime, it's debt collection in police uniform, eroding public trust and distorting the true purpose of policing. Finally, I must express my disappointment in your written response to my written questions on the SAF's reservist program in Gauteng. Premier, I thought we had a shared vision and understanding that this province would support and expedite the revival of the program to strengthen our crime-fighting efforts.
Your time is up, Honourable Sen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Gunene.
I gave you an extra minute.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, Chief Whip of the Governing Party, Honourable Members of the Provincial Legislature, and the people of Gauteng, comrades and friends. I begin by paying tribute to the brave men and women who gathered in Kliptown 70 years ago for the historic adoption of the Freedom Charter, which was a defining moment in the struggle for the liberation of Africans. The Freedom Charter remains a powerful expression of South Africa's aspirations for freedom, democracy, and justice. As the ANC, we stand in this platform proud of this chapter of our history and hereby reaffirm the position taken by men and women in 1955 when they declared that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Madam Speaker, Premier Lesufi, in his State of the Province address of 2025, tabled a plan, a blueprint in relation how ANC-led Gauteng Provincial Unity government intend to lead the people of Gauteng. In his address, the fight against crime, corruption, lawlessness were rightfully elevated as a top priority. Madam Speaker, we need a crime-free and stable province to create an environment where the economy can thrive and job opportunities can flourish. It is a well-known fact that perceived high levels of crime and corruption do not only scare away potential investors, it also scares away tourists who spent about 60 billion rands in Gauteng last year. Crime does not only threaten our democracy, it also prevents people from enjoying and freely living their lives and connecting with one another. It is in this context that the Department of Community Safety, with all its stakeholders, should continue to work more harder to eliminate crime. Honorable Speaker, we have noted the decrease of crime in certain categories as pronounced by the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mtombeni, in the recent engagement with the SAPS. Madam Speaker, we are alive to the fact that these crime statistics represent more than just figures on a page. They reflect lived realities of citizens, their fears, and their hopes for a safer Gauteng. For example, we know that there were 0 bank robberies in Gauteng in the last quarter. We note that incidents of cash in transit heists are steadily declining. This is largely to the fact, as the Premier reported, that many of these criminals are behind bars or they have made their maker. Madam Speaker, for this financial year, the Department of Community Safety has received a total allocation of 2.3 billion for it to continue to pursue the objectives of fighting crime, lawlessness, and corruption. With this allocation, the department will continue to support the work of crime prevention wardens spread across all 5 corridors of Gauteng. We encourage, as reported by the Premier, in his efforts to formalize the employment and training of crime prevention wardens. Madam Speaker, the above funding has made it possible for the department to support operations against illegal mining, prevention of infrastructure vandalism, conducting of regular stop and search operations, which has led to criminals being arrested. We really commend the hard work of all men and women in blue, the Metro Police officers from Joburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni. We commend the work of private security officers and all other law enforcement agencies who have made it their daily business to fight crime and gender-based violence in all the corners of our province. We commend all the community members who have volunteered to serve in policing forums, serve as patrollers, and other community-led crime prevention officers. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we are proud of the work of the Department of Community Safety under the leadership of Comrade Premier Lesufi. Under his leadership, crime bosses are feeling the heat. We support this budget because we are confident that our Premier, the department, and SAPS under leadership of Lieutenant General Mtombeni is putting serious pressure on crime syndicates. Let them run, Comrade Premier. Let them run. Mabagijime. Criminals are feeling the impact of deployment of the air wing helicopter, which has supported law enforcement agencies and private security companies in foiling armed robberies, prevention of illegal mining operations, prevention of house robbery and leading to arrests, and recovery of stolen vehicles. Comrade Premier, we see your work. Let criminals run. Let them run. Mabagijime. Comrade Madam Speaker, we do note the number of challenges that continue to confront the department. We remain hopeful that solutions to these challenges will be deployed in the new financial year in order to sustain the momentum of fighting crime and lawlessness. Honorable Speaker, we commend the interventions of the department within institutions of higher learning. We also acknowledge and appreciate the department's efforts in promoting safety in schools. Our learners deserve to learn in a peaceful and secure environment. Drug dealers have no place near our children. The department must continue with regular school searches to keep them safe. Madam Speaker, we note that there are numerous challenges facing South African Police Service and the department in dealing with crime prevention and lawlessness. We are encouraged that besides all these problems, Gauteng is moving in the right direction. Gauteng Provincial Police, under the capable leadership of Lieutenant General Mtombeni, has managed to turn the tide around. Our advice to the General is that he may have to improve communication efforts, because it is also important to tell the story about the successes of fighting crime. Maybe we may recommend that he may have to open a TikTok account so that it helps with his communication efforts. It is on this basis that we support the budget vote as being key to the advancement of people's safety, which should contribute to prosperity and happiness. I thank you.
Honorable Kunene. Honorable Premier, you may respond.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank all members that participated in this debate. I honestly appreciate your ideas, your advices, and areas of deep concern. I must indicate from the onset, the level of crime in our province is completely unacceptable. I stated it and I want to restate it, and I said it even to the Minister of Police, that we remain the epicenter of crime in our country. If we can't get Gauteng right, there is no way that we'll get the crime in our country right. So it's very important that we put all the relevant resources to assist us to fight crime in Gauteng. But I must emphasize, the days of fighting crime using donkey, biri, and old forms of fighting crime are over. We have identified 4 strategic areas that need our new resolve in fighting crime. One is technology. With the investment that we've put in fighting crime and the technology that we've unleashed, it's quite clear that we are making ground, especially in tracking and tracing serious criminals, but most importantly, in ensuring that we use this technology for proper investigation and closure of cases. Member Bosch raised the limitations of police stations, the lack of resources at various police stations, and the urgent need to capacitate these police stations. I fully agree with you, but I'm quite convinced now, with the resources that we are providing to the police stations, this kind of a problem will be history. And that's the reason why, as the provincial government, we are not shouting on top of our rooftops to say there are no resources. We are taking our own resources as the provincial government and giving them to the law enforcement agencies. We are not saying it's a national responsibility. We are taking the drive because we know the importance of fighting crime in our province. So the 166 cars that we've given to SAPS is a demonstration that we want to resolve these problems. We were at the Soshanguve police station when we realized that that police station didn't even have a telephone line. If you have to call the police, you have to call the station commander from their cell phones. When we realized that if you understand the number of people that reside and depend on that police station in Soshanguve, we acted, and nationally also acted that police station now has all full lines back and people can call the police station straight. So we can't glorify problems. We have to resolve problems. And that is why I appreciate your input, members, on some of the suggestions that we are putting up, and I'll respond to them at a later stage. Member Bosch, I honestly don't mind if people elevate a problem, but if you want to criticize a point, study that point and conclude it and give a complete picture of that problem. You quote the unfortunate case of Olerato and go at length to explain how she was killed. But you fall short in accepting that her perpetrators were arrested and that her perpetrators were even tracked to KZN, and one of the perpetrators was reconnected with the creator. And that's how you should report crime. You should not be one-sided and elevate one problem and close off on the successes that are related to the problem. And this has been a problem of the Democratic Alliance. I'm stating here because the leader of your party went publicly said the crime in Gauteng has increased. When the official statistics indicate that 7.9% of crime has declined in our province. That has never happened in the last 3-4 years. 7.9. So it's very important that even when you criticize, acknowledge the movement that have been made in reducing the areas that we've identified. And Member Bosch goes to say, and Member Bosch, I'll honestly request you to listen to the voice of your leader, Member Msimang, in the last 6th administration. In every speech that he made in this legislature on crime, he lamented that the budget to fight crime in this province was too little. And at that time, the budget was hovering around 800 million. He said, this budget can't fight crime. We came in the 7th administration, increased it from 800 million to 2.3 billion, in response to what the leader of your party was saying. When we increase it from 800 to 2.3 billion, you come here, you say these are just numbers. But we're responding to the call of the Democratic Alliance for us to strengthen the fight against crime by increasing the budget. So you do it, we are damned. We don't do it, we are damned. So it's very difficult to understand the posture and the positioning. And I can only resolve that it suits certain political parties to have crime in our province because they want to use it to manipulate it for political point scoring. The issue of crime affects everyone. And even members of the ANC are affected by crime. I've never seen a criminal that asks a person, are you a member of DA, ANC, before they mark them? All of us are affected. And it's very important that we remove the politics out of this thing and collectively deal with it. That is why I'm going to respond to members soon, because at least it's giving us tangible way to resolve the problem. But to declare 2.3 billion as just numbers from 800 million that was allocated to this department 3 years ago is not only unfortunate, it's misleading. Member Maloka, even if you can say we've reduced crime, especially on GBV, by 1%, the fact is, at least, it's going down. That's a very important aspect. But all of us accept that 1% is a drop in an ocean. And it's very important that we consolidate our approach to deal with this particular issue, including the matter that we've raised of the police station of Acacia. You know, sometimes when you do things and put them in the public space, we are accused that, why are you telling us? And if you don't do them, we are accused of hiding information. So it's very difficult to satisfy certain individuals in society. But our approach is very simple. What we said we'll do, we are doing it. And we'll put it in the public space so that the community can be the final judges on these matters. Member Ngani, It's exactly the same leader of Umkhonto weSizwe Party. Member Mkonazi said, the Gauteng Provincial Police Unit that was fighting organized crime was doing exceptionally well. They requested us as KZN to come and give them support. By the time we came to give them support, they've already executed the mission, and they've executed that mission beautifully. That's what Member Mkwana said about our capabilities to fight crime. And we are the one that arrested the so-called Ket Matlala. It was not arrested by KZN or arrested by Orange Free State. It was arrested by the forces here in Gauteng. And that demonstrates our capabilities to deal with organized crime. And you arrest and hand over to other law enforcement agencies to conclude their work. And I've requested the Provincial Commissioner to give us a full report, but most importantly, to cooperate with the Commission of Inquiry that the President has established, because it dents on the work of law enforcement agencies. And the President was very explicit that the Chief of Police of Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Johannesburg must provide evidence to the Commission so that we can respond to the allegations that were made by Lieutenant General Mkonas. And I said to the Provincial Commissioner, all of us must cooperate with that commission. And that's the reason why the commission was established, so that we can deposit information and the commission can give us their findings, and we are ready to accept those findings as soon as they are finalized. Member Mood, you are right. We have to get the basics right. You can't do the same thing and expect different outcomes. And that is why we said to our law enforcement agencies, allow us to establish a new force that is not dented, a new highly trained force that does not own taxis, that then know what is a taxi owner, what a taxi driver, and unleash them to fight these taxi drivers. And a 98 highly trained unit was established with 98 members. Highly trained, well-resourced, working 24 hours, high-caliber weapons. Tell me now, when last did you hear of a taxi shooting in our province? No one can tell us, because we've put a stop to this kind of work. And this is the kind of new policing that you want in our province. And this particular unit, even though we procured it for 12 months, I said it to the MEC responsible for transport, let's look, because if something works, there's no way that we must stop it. Let's look at the possibility of extending it from 12 months to at least 3 years, so that we can deal with taxi violence head-on in our province. There must be no area where taxi bosses think that there will be bosses and close our roads and do as they wish. Abu Njandina have arrived, and Abu Njandina are merciless. They don't take Jojo. The only language that they understand is bullet exchange. And they've done that thus far, and they've done beautiful. And I want to thank you, MEC, for really leading on this force, so that this particular force can really fight taxi violence in our province. Member Mulder as well raised the issue of budget increase by 1%. You know, colleagues, we can't come here and request for budget increase and departments don't spend that budget. And because we don't want to be criticized and just increase the budget for the sake of increasing the budget. It does not make sense. We give you a budget, you spend it. If you don't spend it, we are not just going to increase because we want people in this house to say we've increased the budget from X to Y. We are allocating according to the expenditure patterns of the department. And that's the reason why we've got this 1% increase to the budget. Let me come back to you, Member Son. You asked what is a safe province. A safe province is where me and you and our children can walk freely in this province. without fear being mugged or killed or kidnapped. This is the ideal province that we want. It might not be achievable, but we must not get tired to try to achieve that ideal society. And we are spot on. The kidnapping unit needs to be empowered. And that's what we are doing with technology, with the resources that we've outlined. But also, you must also accept that how many kidnapped victims have been released from kidnappers, found alive, and reconnected with their families due to the work of this unit. So it can't be doom and gloom. The numbers are huge, yes. We are the capital city of kidnappings, but we are working very hard to reduce those numbers. But we have broke the backbone of these kidnapping syndicates and those that are practicing human trafficking. We have attended to those units, and also we've dealt with the kingpins of those units. And I share your frustration on reservists. If I had my wish, all the reservists that are available in a province will need to absorb them in some of the special units to fight. But reservists, by definition, are volunteers that have other commitments. I need people that can fight crime 24/7 in our province. I need people that will be dedicated when we convene them to say we are doing a special operation. They can be available for special operation. But I indeed share your frustration in terms of the reservists, how they're utilized in our province. As I conclude, the work to fight crime is a collective effort, and no one owns the super ideas on how best to fight crime. That is why, at the end of this month, with the support of private sector that have already invested money for this crime prevention in Daba, we are inviting everyone that has ideas, devices, technology, and many other things to come forward so that as government, we can tap in these resources to fight crime in Gauteng. Indeed, Member Kunene, you are right. They will run, and they will run. And in the ultimate end, all shall be equal before the law, and all shall enjoy equal human rights in this country of ours. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable Muriati.
Madam Speaker, I chose not to interrupt the Honourable Premier, but the Honourable Premier, yes, in terms of his office of the Premier, has unlimited speaking time. But he comes here this morning as the MEC, as it were, of community safety. There should have been the same time limit that is applied to all of us. I would ask for your ruling that the Premier actually went over time and that we can actually consider this as something as a feature that we endorse in the Rules Committee and that we don't get a repetition of what has happened this morning.
Okay, that is noted, but he remains the Premier and he speaks in terms of Rule 77, subsection 3. Secretary, could you read the...
If I may ask for a ruling.
Sorry. Sorry, order, honourable members. Yes, honourable members.
If I may ask for a ruling, if you apply that for the Premier, then the similar rule that applies to the Leader of the Opposition, can it be applied to the Leader of the Opposition as well in the same way? Thank you.
Secretary, could you read the third order, please?
Consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to request that the House should take other parts of the report that I might not be reading as read. I, Honourable Chokwe, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby table the committee's report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, that is vote number 6 for 2025-2026 financial year as follows. Honourable Speaker, in the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 5,458,504,000. On Programme 1, which is administration, has received an allocation of about 722,081,000, with a decrease of 104,188,000 compared to the previous financial year. Programme 2, Social Welfare Services, has received an allocation of 897,229,000, marking an increase of around over 13 million. Programme 3, which is Children and Families, has received an allocation of around 2,227,225,000, making an increase of around 95,967,000 compared to the previous financial year. Programme 4, which is Restorative Services, has received an allocation of around 800,053,000, making an increase of 27 million compared to the previous financial year. And the last programme, which is Development and Research, has received an allocation of about 825,401,000, making a decrease of around 17,095,000 compared to the previous financial year. Honourable Speaker, during the engagement on the budget, the department indicated that it would create around 8,188 job opportunities through the Extended Public Works Programme during this financial year, 2025-2026. It went further to report that a total of 83,339 skills development programs will be provided to beneficiaries of the Child Support Grant, recovering drug addicts and homeless people, while around 404,226 beneficiaries will access the food relief program. The committee acknowledged that 79,127,000 services users will access drug treatment and aftercare services, and 5,000 what is this now? 5,316,146,000 beneficiaries will benefit from substance abuse. That's quite a big number. While 806,710 homeless beneficiaries will be reached through the homeless program during this financial year. On school uniform and dignity packs, Madam Speaker, the department planned to provide school uniform packs to about 104,500 needy learners in this financial year in all the no-fee school, as well as schools located in previously rural nodes. Each school uniform package consists of a pair of shoes, one shirt, one jersey, one trouser or tunic, and one pair of socks. Madam Speaker, the committee has some concern and recommendation that I would like to table in this House. The committee has engaged the department on the concern related to the budget cut amounting to 108 million, especially on HIV and AIDS NPO transfers and food supply. In this regard, the department has submitted a detailed plan on how it will mitigate the risk associated with the potential threat to service delivery. The affected NPOs are now permitted to collect the food parcels from our food banks. The committee will closely monitor the implementation of this plan during the course of the financial year and urge the department to fulfill its commitments to the beneficiaries. The committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Faith Mazibuko, the acting HOD of the department, Mr. Bongani Ngomane, and officials of the department. I'd also like to express my appreciations to my members of the committee, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Nseche, Honorable Mehwe, Honorable Abrams, Honorable More, Honorable Sesedinyane, Honorable Sematla, Honorable Kaba, Honorable Evans, and Honorable Mkwanasi for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during deliberations on the budget vote for this financial year. The committee would also like to thank Ms. Mbalo, Mr. Nwala, Dr. Nweli, Ms. Chikolo, Mr. Muloi, Ms. Ngwenya, Ms. Tlevi, Ms. Kulo, and Mr. Mokoka for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. After extensive deliberation, Honorable Speaker, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the financial year 2025-2026. In accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tabled the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Chokwe. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ncheke. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no? Okay, the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, could you please read the fourth order?
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me acknowledge the members of the House, honorable members present today. Let me acknowledge the Premier, the Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker yourself, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, and the MMCs that are present today. Let me acknowledge the leaders of civil society, including the NPOs that have joined us today. Let me acknowledge the acting HOD and other government officials that are here, comrades and friends, and fellow Gauteng residents. Honorable Speaker, today we present the Gauteng Department of Social Development budget for this financial year of 2025-2026, and it is 2 days before the country and the whole world mark the International Mandela Day, which will be on the 18th of July. Madiba, as he was affectionately known, prompted us to join the people of the world in celebrating and reflecting on his selflessness, courage, and indomitable spirit. He stressed that overcoming poverty is a matter of justice and human rights, not simply an act of charity. He emphasized the inherent dignity of every individual and the need to ensure everyone has access to basic necessities. Honorable Speaker, we draw on this rich legacy of Tata Madiba to drive our actions today. Whatever challenges our people face, we have every reason to be proud of who we are. We will always salute Tata Madiba and many of our fallen heroes and heroines and those who were freedom fighters who were able to bring dignity to the lives of majority of our people. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I'm sure most of us every day, in every traffic light here in Gauteng, we see children and mothers begging. Sometimes a mother will be sitting with 6 children of almost the same age. It's worse now that schools are closed. Every weekend you also see disabled people and those that are blind also begging. Wes, sekhona nalaba who are carrying crates back at the robots. And as the Department of Social Development, we wish to partner with all of you as members and all of the NPOs that deal with children and people with disabilities to work together to assist all these vulnerable people to get help. Today, Honourable Speaker, we wish to announce a toll-free number and a WhatsApp number and a USSD number, so that then instead of perpetuating child labor, when you see these children running in between your cars and you lower your windows to give them small change, or sometimes you give them chocolate that you might be having or something that you might be having in a car, you rather call this following number. We'll be using the Premier's hotline number, which is 0800 22 88 27. And there is also a landline number, which is 011 298 5878. We also do have a Facebook page at Gauteng Hotline. You can also write in that Facebook page, or you can use our X handle, which is XCOM at Gauteng Online. We still have Childline. You can still use that Childline number. We still have the GPV Command Center, especially for women, so that then some of these women that end up begging there, you can see that they actually need that help. As the provincial government, we believe that no woman or child should live or beg on the streets. Let us work together to restore the dignity, safety, and hope for all. Hashtag no child on the street. Hashtag protect our children. Honourable Speaker, it is my privilege, and on behalf of the people of Gauteng, to table the department's budget today, which is amounting to 5.5 billion rands. Ungacanga ukuthi kunemali seyiphelile seyicommitted yonke so ungade ziyabuya lapha kunemali ayikho. And this budget comes at the backdrop of serious budget cuts, Madam Speaker, and growing geopolitical tensions at a time when we are all grappling with the record high levels of unemployment as per the data from Stats SA's quarterly labour force survey. But like the collective of the June 6th of the youth of 76, the consultative corrector of the Freedom Charter, this budget vote is based on the will of the vulnerable people. Honourable Speaker, today as we mark a month since we wrapped up Youth Month, a month our country has dedicated to supporting youth and their aspiration, it crystallizes the heroic revolt by the class of 1976. This proud moment of our struggle for freedom and social justice is best symbolized by the South Africans from all walks of life in Kliptown on the 26th of June in 1955, demanding that the people should govern. In this context, Madam Speaker, the Youth Empowerment and Skills Development is receiving an allocation of 214 million so that then young people are skilled and those that are disabled are also be able to be assisted to be able to get better skills. And young women who are depending on child support grant are also moved away from relying on the child support grant through our Welfare to Work program, which is aimed at assisting them. The midterm report further revealed that a significant number of people still struggle with inadequate food daily. We are concerned with those who continue to suffer from extreme poverty and hunger. That is why we will intensify our efforts in the War Against Poverty program. Honourable Speaker, we want to assure the province's residents who are concerned about food shortages at our food banks that the problem has been addressed, and for those who receive assistance from community home-based care centres, our own poverty is based on comprehensive process. Therefore, those individual households who undergo verification process to establish the eligibility to get those food parcels while ultimately seeking to assist them in producing their own food as we are being assisted by the Department of Agriculture. For this reason, our people are eager to do more with less, and working with them, we've prioritized the urgent needs, focusing mainly on the vulnerable, such as children, people with disabilities, the elderly, the youth, the women, the poor and marginalized society. Through our Tibatlala War on Poverty program, an allocation of 100 million has been allocated for this program. Moving forward, we intend to make sure that we also implement a food parcel exit strategy so that not all the time our people are dependent on food parcels, but they are able to be self-sufficient and be self-employed, thus reducing their reliance on food parcels. Honourable Speaker, The scourge of drugs also is besetting us here in our province. And with an allocation of 337.1 million, I'm now like Chairperson who can't mention figures, the department will improve access to treatment and rehabilitation centers for service users through joint efforts with partners and community-based inpatient centers and outpatients. We believe even offering aftercare will also be able to assist. This financial year, the department will also be absorbing and linking recovering addicts, victims of gender-based violence, and homeless individuals to comprehensive skills development programs. We're also repurposing the Mabutu Hlatshwayo Child and Youth Care Center to being an inpatient treatment center, which will be based in Heidelberg. Furthermore, the Kimoja coaches deployed in schools will continue with the prevention program to ensure that the youth and the children do not find themselves in these troubles of substance abuse. Honourable Speaker, we also remain committed in making Gauteng a province fit for our children. And through our Bana Pili program, and we're working together with the Department of Health and Education, we'll continue providing the dignity packs to deserving boys and girls and make sure that even the school uniform reaches all those that are in need. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, let us make sure that our young people are protected and the burden of social ills, as is highlighted, and employ more social workers so that then they are able to assist us. I would like to thank the Portfolio Committee for always keeping us on our toes and holding us accountable. And I would also like to thank the acting HOD and the senior management in the department, and also thanking the residents and all those that have been working with us in the NPO sector in ensuring that we serve our people with dignity. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC Mazibuko. Honourable Ntseke.
Thank you, Speaker. The Department of Gauteng Social Development continues to fail on its strategic priorities. This includes improving the living conditions and enhancing the well-being of our people. NPOs for HIV/AIDS programs have been defunded for food parcels. On the 29th of May in Heidelberg, a rationale for centralization presentation was done. In the House, MEC denied it. Yesterday in committee, we were told the department now says the NPOs must go to food banks to request food parcels for beneficiaries, yet transport is not funded if you speak to the NPOs. The truth, NPOs were requested to submit lists of beneficiaries, and yet to date, none of these beneficiaries have received these food parcels. It is therefore not surprising that there is a petition of 17,000 signatures from NPOs and beneficiaries of these NPOs asking the MEC to reverse this bizarre decision. Even yesterday, our shocked NPOs and their beneficiaries still had no food parcels. So orphans and vulnerable children denied food and in some instances unable to take ARVs on empty stomachs. Furthermore, there is no urgency under its accelerated project aimed at reducing substance abuse. Key facilities like Nganyisa Rehab Center have been closed down while the proper alternative is lacking. Tebisa Rehab Center, as I said, is an absolute no-show, while DSD and DID continue to blame each other for the failed project. Madam Speaker, this department is supposed to be capable, ethical, and developmental. However, inadequate planning and implementation of projects have become the norm. Additionally, the department has been operating without an HOD since April 2024, has been unable to uphold delinquent officials, those present and those who have left. The Auditor General has repeatedly warned about the failure of Gauteng Department of Social Development to implement vital financial controls. However, the provincial government has not taken any visible corrective actions. This blatant negligence erodes public trust and threatens our fiscal integrity. So it's not surprising that from 2014 to date, fruitless and wasteful expenditure adds to 1.6 billion. To make matters worse, NPOs, which are the biggest implementers of departmental programs, are treated poorly, even though they contribute to the department meeting its target. Meanwhile, the department has a troubling record of poor planning, returning over 1.3 billion since 2014, despite escalating social challenges and unemployment in Gauteng. Its budget fails to align with strategic priorities. In Programme 1 administration, contracts are awarded to historically disadvantaged individuals increased from 49 to 1,300, yet previous year's targets remain unmet. The Premier just said allocation should be considered according to spending patterns. I've just quoted him. Additionally, the recruitment of social work professionals has stalled despite rising social issues. The DA will therefore not be supporting this budget. The 2025 year is a repeat of 2023, the year of reprioritization, a painful year for the welfare sector. But this time, the loser is the children of Gauteng. Yes, NPOs are still receiving funding, but the devil is in the details regarding which NPOs will actually receive support and for which programs. Supporting this budget would mean that the DA would support treatment of NPOs and failures of an ANC-led minority government when dealing with the vulnerable people of Gauteng. It would also mean we endorse failure to deliver infrastructure such as the no-show Tembisa, abandoned old-age homes that should be benefiting society, and those havens are for desperate people. A DA-led Gauteng Social Development Department would bring services closer to the people instead of moving them far away. We would ensure that NPOs and NGOs are recognized as trusted, valuable partners, allowing them to contribute valuable services without the constant threat of instability. No cent would be returned under our watch, as in the Western Cape, and we would ensure that while the pie is small, it is for the upliftment of the poor and the vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Nseke. Honourable Kaba.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is imperative to note that budgetary years are periods of great excitement, since the very survival and growth of the state and the overall well-being of its citizens largely depends on what is outlined in the budget and how it is implemented. However, while we support budget vote 6, we do so with great caution and a deep sense of responsibility, because the budget before us still reflects serious shortfalls and critical gaps that, if left unaddressed, will make the accomplishment of its intended objectives extremely difficult. We stand before you with great sense of duty to speak not just to numbers and line items, but to real lives, real families, and the everyday struggles of ordinary South Africans. Budget Vote 6 allocates over 5.4 billion to the Department of Social Development. This is the department that should be the moral center of our government, the lifeline to the poor, the broken, the hungry, and the forgotten sons and daughters of this province. Honourable members, we rise today in support of this budget, but a support grounded in critical agency. We support it not because it is perfect, but because our people need delivery now, and we can no longer afford bureaucratic delays. This department claims to serve the poor, yet it has cut 108 million from two of the most essential areas: HIV/AIDS, NPO funding, and food relief. And behind every number, Honourable Speaker, are real people. Mothers who won't get food parcels, grandmothers raising orphaned children without support, and NPOs on the verge of closing their doors. These cannot be labelled technical reductions. They are real human losses. How do we justify this in a province where so many children go to bed hungry and where too many families live with the daily pain of HIV and poverty? This, Honourable Speaker, is not progress. It is survival dressed as success. The department says it serves the most vulnerable. We are calling for a real shift in mindset from politics-centred policy to people-centred government. As the Umkhonto we Sizwe Party, We stand firm in supporting this budget, but not without reservations. We will monitor, we will challenge, and we will demand better. Our support is not a blank check, but it is a contract with the people. We will act, we will hold accountable, and we will stand for the people. Gwaza mkonto gwaza.
Thank you, Honorable Smatla. Sorry, Honorable Qaba. Honorable Abrahams.
Yes. Thank you. Greetings, Deputy Speaker. Geliefde lede in die huis, spesiaal van Eldorado Park, na onze laaste besoek in die laaste Eldorado Park. Vandag bring ons nie net 'n bespreking oor die begroting nie, maar ons bring stemme van ons mense oor pyn, armoede en ons hoop vir 'n beter môre. Madam Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters envisions a social development which is a developmental nature of programs that must be directly linked around economic transformation and poverty, as well as the Department of Health, in order to create a dynamic social development that emphasizes on social, economic and political well-being. Madam Speaker, although we recognize the importance of the department's interventions, and we're very grateful for that, MEC, and it's so vital to the survival of vulnerable communities, the EFF is of the view that social development must take advantage of the medium-term expenditure framework to introduce more developmental-orientated indicators on outputs. Madam Speaker, this is the department that in the last financial year looked to position itself as a department intent fixing its mistakes, which harmed the NPOs and left most vulnerable of our residents in limbo mode. It is most concerning that this budget sees that a 191 million cut from NPO funding for the current financial year is resulting in a 9% deficit for NPOs, given that NPOs carry out departmental core mandate. Most concerning, Madam Speaker, on the 13th of May, the department issued a statement assuring the public that there was no funding crisis for NPOs in Gauteng, and while NPOs providing services to those affected by HIV and AIDS, NPOs registered 50% budgets were still cut. Madam Speaker, still no NPO. We must categorize this state of concern, and we must keep the Department of Social Development accountable, that we need to put more emphasis and raise the concerns that is really affecting the emotional, mental health of our societies. Madam Speaker, services for older persons who experience a 5% decrease despite the continued need for support facilities, such as the 59-bed Tembisa Old Age Home, the Mohalakeng Old Age Home, the Lodewyk Spies Old Age Home, as well as the Andries Meyer Old Age Home. Madam Speaker, we are prepared to conclude that we express dissatisfaction with the budget presented during this debate, and it includes significant cuts to the department's core fundings. Ons gemeenskappe voel verwaarloos, MEC. Ons stem duidelik nie saam nie. Ons cry out reg oor Gauteng dat daar ontwikkeling uitgevoer word volgens die grondwetlike mandaat. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member Abrahams. Member More, is she online?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, members and guests. The budget vote for social development reveals an unpleasant and very depressing truth that our most vulnerable communities in the Gauteng province continue to be shortchanged by a department that seems to be scaling down when it should actually be stepping up. This year, we note a deeply troubling 108 million cut to HIV, AIDS, NPOs, and food supplies. These are not optional programs, Speaker. They are survival mechanisms for countless Gauteng residents. Action SA finds it unacceptable that life-saving services are reduced at a time when economic hardships and social degradation continue to grow. The budget reflects widespread decrease across nearly all critical programs affecting services to older persons, persons with disabilities, HIV and AIDS care, family support, substance abuse treatment, poverty alleviation, youth development, and many more. These are very programs designed to rebuild dignity, safety, and opportunity in our communities. Instead, they have been under-resourced. Performance targets tell a similar story. Participation in internships, psychosocial support for LGBTQIA+ beneficiaries, youth skills development and care for the older persons has declined, while key areas such as women empowerment, disability services, and inpatient substance abuse treatment have shown no growth at all. Our people cannot be exposed to wait while essential services stagnate. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these are not just numbers, they are symptoms of a broken system, a system that must be restructured and recentered on delivery. As Action SA, we call for a full review of the budget priorities with HIV, AIDS and food support restored and protected. Improved performance indicators that reflect community needs, not bureaucratic minimums. Targeted intervention strategies for youth, women, LGBTQIA+, and persons with disabilities. Quarterly reporting and monitoring of program execution and impact. This department must return to its constitutional mandate to protect and uplift our most vulnerable. In closing, budget allocations must reflect that mission. Action SA will continue to hold department accountable for every cent that is spent, every life that is neglected. Let us restore purpose and dignity to Gauteng's social safety net, not just in principle, but in practice. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Morel. Honorable Ali. Akako. Okay. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Gender-based violence and femicide continues to devastate lives in our province daily, whether it makes the headlines or not. The shock, horror, and outrage must not only be reserved for high-profile cases, but also those that are silenced. Too many survivors are silenced by violence and failed by the justice system, from delayed forensics to botched investigations with barely any trauma support. We remember Gabby Ndaba, a strong, free-spirited, happy, and successful young woman who was murdered in 2023. Gabby left her home in Boksburg to take a walk and never came back. Her body was found 6 days later. Gabby's family has been fighting for justice for the last 2 years with no answers on how Gabby was murdered, no suspect to date, no toxicology report, and a failure to follow up on evidence like fumbling the search warrant to get information from her cell phone. It is unacceptable, Mr. Premier, that Gabby's case has gone cold and there is no justice in sight for Gabby and her family. Honourable members, Gabby's family is here today in the gallery, and we will not allow Gabby to be forgotten, and we will not allow failed state institutions to get away with weaponized incompetence. Another example is the rape of a student at a university in Tshwane. She knows who the perpetrator is, and she opened up a case at Silverton SAPS and reported it. Yet he is still free to roam the streets while the survivor is dealing with unimaginable trauma amplified by institutional failure. GBV is not a buzzword. It's a daily crisis. And this budget offers nothing but more campaigns, more vague targets, but no measurable outcomes or bold shifts. The budget in terms of GBV lacks substance, while survivors are still sleeping in police stations and unsafe homes. This budget does nothing to support and assist families like Gabby's. It does nothing to keep women safe. The DA stresses the importance of ensuring that GBVF NPOs are adequately funded and supported, that new shelters are funded, and to expand the skills training for survivors to include entrepreneurial support, because survival MEC is not enough. They deserve to thrive. The department must speak to tailored support for children and families of GBV victims and stop leaving them traumatized, unsupported, and forgotten. Honourable members, Gauteng must be a safe place for women and cannot be complicit in their continued abuse. I thank you.
Honourable Chogo.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng, good afternoon. This year, South Africa is celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, which was adopted on June 26 in 1955. This year's commemoration includes a national dialogue focused on bridging the gap between the Charter and the Constitution, emphasizing youth engagement and the relevance of these documents for an inclusive society. The celebration also coincides with the Youth Month, highlighting the role of young South Africans in upholding the principle of the Charter and the Constitution. The Charter outlined provision for social welfare, including housing, health care, education, and social security. It calls for access to free medical care and hospitalization for all, with special care for mothers and young children. Deputy Speaker, the revolutionary, tall and handsome Fidel Castro once said, Kenyan social development requires dismantling entrenched class privilege and building a society firmly rooted in equality, where land redistribution, free education, subsidized food, and universal housing were not merely policy choices. They were revolutionary tools designed to uplift the poor and to restructure wealth and power. Today, as we debate this budget, we must ask ourselves, are we prepared to make that break? Are we willing to match bold words with courageous actions to ensure that no person in our country is left behind? I know, and I'm therefore rise on behalf of the African National Congress caucus to express our full support for the budget vote number 6 allocated to the Gauteng Department of Social Development for this financial year. This department is far more than just an administrative structure. It is a lifeline to thousands of vulnerable individuals and families across our province. It remains a beacon of hope and a critical pillar in the ongoing fight against poverty, hunger, inequality, and social exclusion. Its work touches every corner of our society, from vulnerable children, the youth, women, to persons with disability, older persons, and those battling substance abuse. Today, as we consider this budget vote, we recognize and celebrate the remarkable progress and achievement of this department, while also acknowledging the challenges it faces. Our collective commitment must be to strengthen and support this department as it carries out its vital mandate with compassion, professionalism, and accountability. Honourable Speaker, the creation of non-profit organization is in many ways a modern expression of what the tall and handsome Che Guevara called the great feeling of love. As he put it in his weight, and I open quote, "At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. This love is not abstract or sentimental. It is a practical commitment to improving the lives of others. Therefore, every NPO that works to feed the hungry, educate the marginalized, or protect the vulnerable embodies this principle. It is an assertion that compassion and solidarity, not profit or self-interest, must be at the center of a meaningful social change. It is against this background that I can, with great pleasure, state that at the heart of this department's success lies its unwavering commitment to a fair, transparent, and accountable funding process for non-profitable organizations. We can share with you that in this current financial year, this department received over 1,600 applications from organizations eager to serve our community. This robust response speaks to the vibrancy and dedication of our civil society sector, eager to contribute meaningfully to social upliftment. Each application was subjected to rigorous assessments covering governance, financial management, tax compliance, and previous performance. This multi-layered scrutiny ensured that public funds are entrusted only to credible, effective, and accountable organizations. Multidisciplinary panels, including experts on finance, supply chain, and program units, carefully reviewed application before forwarding the recommendation to the bid adjudication committee. By June 2025, over 1,200 service-level agreements had been signed, securing critical services across Gauteng. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the handsome, tall Che Guevara said, "The individual who is selected for a task must feel within himself the call to serve his fellow men. This is the spirit that must guide both the Department of Social Development and our non-profit organization partners. A shared commitment to serve, to act with integrity, and to put people first. When we start from that premise, we build a trust that no policy alone can create. Trust is the foundation for any meaningful partnership. The department has made significant strides in rebuilding and strengthening relationship with the NPO. Capacity building on workshops that have empowered many NPOs to enhance their skills in financial management, governance, compliance, and reporting, thereby improving service delivery and accountability. Moreover, the department actively engaged with the Gauteng NPO Council, ensuring sector-wide concern-informed policy. Special focus has been given to marginalized groups through tailored dialogue platform addressing the needs of persons with albinism and children with autism. Honorable Speaker, the ANC stands firmly behind the department's bold step to tighten framework that safeguard every cent of the public funds. As Guevara have declared, we must deepen the mechanism of control, evaluation, and follow-up. Without control, plans and missions are lost. This is not a mere suggestion. It is an urgent mandate. Without relentless monitoring and unwavering accountability, our vision for the people will wither or fail. Between November 2024 and January 2025, there was rigorous site visit, verified compliance and service delivery, the service quality on the ground. Specialized monitoring protocols have been developed for sensitive service supporting vulnerable population, reflecting a sophisticated and risk-based oversight approach. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us reflect on the tangible achievement that underscore the department's dedication to social development and achievement that bring to life the vision first proclaimed in 1955 when the Freedom Charter was declared, that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. There shall be work and security, and the doors of learning and culture shall be open. In many ways, these milestones are continuation of that historic commitment to building a society founded on equality, dignity, and opportunity for all. On employment and equity, in this department, women represent 74.64% of the workforce, surpassing the 50% target and affirming gender equality. On homelessness, about 2,361 homeless individuals receive comprehensive support services, including hygiene, via mobile wash buses. On substance abuse services, over 31,000 access treatment with expanded capacity. And on GBV services, 94 shelters supported over 44,000 women and children, including skills development for several. These achievements are not mere statistics. They are living testament to the Freedom Charter, enduring truth that social justice is not a distant dream, but a promise we must deliver, day by day, action by action, for the people of this province. Honorable members, the department is addressing the following: shortages of special profession, low procurement from companies owned by persons with disability, delays in dignity packs due to supply chain, compliance challenges to abuse services, and rising demand for substance abuse. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this budget vote is far more than a ledger of numbers. It is a declaration of our collective consciousness, a testament to our resolve to build a province in which no one is abandoned to hunger, indignity, or despair. But let us not be complacent. Let us remember that history will not measure us by our intention, by the courage of our action. In the face of poverty, inequality, and social exclusion, we must summon the audacity to break with the past and forge a future worth of those who sacrifice everything so that freedom might dawn in this land. In doing so, we honor the spirit of the Freedom Charter, faith and communities, and unspeakable truth. I therefore call upon the Honourable House to stand united, endorse, and fully support this budget. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Azebogo.
On Venkalang, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what the Akhbare Abrams had said. We are fixing all the mistakes that had happened with the NPOs and with the funding of 1.9 billion. Yes, it is not enough, but Piki Makmir, we have now already started paying the second tranche for the second quarter. For those that still have not received their first tranches of the first quarter, they must not just keep quieting. As long as they've got their SLAs and they've been approved, they must come forward and say, we did not receive their our tranche. And on the 18th of July, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be admitting grannies and grandpas at the Tembisa Old Age Home, which we have now renamed it to Mavis Mdlalose. And it will be housing those elderly people. And even the Mshakeng one, also on the 18th, they will be admitting those grandmothers and grandfathers who need care that we are ready to provide. With an amount of 189 million, our infrastructure development is on track, and we are also completing all those places that were never completed. And we hope MEC from GIT will finally hand over the Bantu Bonke prototype to us, so that then parts of it we are also able to use it as a social integration, whilst the other portion of it will be used by the Department of Education as an ECD. Our 162 million allocation towards GPV shelters, we intend to continue making sure that the 94 GPV shelters are maintained, and also still have counselling services at various police stations, like Honourable Member has actually indicated. Honourable Member Sharif has actually indicated, Madam Speaker. And we hope that we will work together, and we appreciate all the work and the partners and everyone who has wished us well. And we intend working with everyone to ensure that all the vulnerable people in Gauteng are taken care of, and it requires all of us to be able to do that. I noticed one thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, your presiding officers, it's work that is being done there in the presiding officer's office. Thank you, Nyabo.
I thank Honorable Chairman. Oh, sorry. Secretary, next order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The next order is the consideration of the Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Roads Transport Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Shnema.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics to present the committee's report on the budget. The committee noted that the department received a total allocation amounting to just over 10 billion rand, financed through the equitable share, amounting to just over 10 billion rand, financed through the equitable share, amounting to 5.3 billion rand, and conditional grants from the National Department of Transport, amounting to just over 4.6 billion rand. The committee noted that the allocation of financial resources has increased from 9.4 billion rand in the 24-25 financial year to just over 10 billion rand in the current financial year, marking an increase of 307 million or 3.6%. The committee noted that the increase in financial resources was mainly attributed to cater for the once-off additional funding received from the provincial equitable share, allocated to cover the goods and services budget shortfall, fixing traffic and streetlights across the province, as well as the maintenance of 54 critically damaged roads for ensuring the necessary infrastructure improvements. With regard to the transport infrastructure program, the committee noted that the maintenance subcommittee or sub-program allocated budget was decreased by 297 million rand or 25.45% in the current financial year, whilst the construction sub-program budget was increased by 594 million rand or 31.46% compared to the previous financial year. The committee further noted that four roads rehabilitation and maintenance projects were planned for implementation in the current financial year, as mentioned by the Premier in the State of the Province address earlier this year. And these include the Golden Highway, Malibongwe Drive, key interchanges in Tshwane and Johannesburg, and the K101. The committee will continue to monitor the implementation of these projects, noting that some of these projects are already at the implementation stage. With regards to the Transport Regulation Programme, the committee noted that the budget for buildings and other fixed structures in the payments for capital assets largely increased from 11 million to 92 million in the current financial year. The committee is concerned about the current state of building infrastructure of driver licence testing centres and the Transport Operating Licence Administrative Board offices in the province, and would urge the department to prioritise the refurbishment and maintenance of provincial DLTCs and toll labs in the current budget regime. With regard to the Gautrain, the committee noted that the total allocation in the current financial year is 2.6 billion, mainly for the operational phase of the project, payment of the patronage guarantee cost, and the capacitation of the current system, as well as the procurement processes, for the Gautrain Extension 2, and the state of readiness for handing over the Gautrain system to the province, and the appointment of a new concessionaire by 2026. The committee noted that the budget for the department has been slightly increased to cater for the mandate of the department and its entities. The committee would continue to closely monitor the finalisation of delayed infrastructure projects due to poor performance by contractors, implementation of planned road infrastructure projects, refurbishment of provincial centres, functionality of regional road maintenance centres, and the handing over of the Gautrain to the province and the appointment of the new concessionaire. I'd like to, at this stage, request that the parts of the report that I don't read are taken as read, and I therefore want to remove
Then to the committee's concerns and recommendations. Let's just get there. In terms of the committee's concerns, the committee is concerned about the following. 1, the reduction in the maintenance sub-program budget, noting the maintenance backlog on provincial roads and the impact on road safety. 2, the current state of building infrastructure of provincial and municipal DLTCs and TOLABs in the province. 3, the number of delayed infrastructure projects due to poor performance by contractors and the lack of consequence management. And 4, the continued delay on the signing of the service level agreements with municipalities in relation to DLTCs and the impact on the refurbishment of building infrastructure of both DLTCs and TOLABs. In terms of the committee's recommendations, they are as follows, and the department is requested to provide a report by the 30th of September on all the recommendations. 1, remedial measures to ensure proper funding of the maintenance sub-program to cater for the maintenance backlog in the province. 2, the progress on engagement with municipalities on the unresolved service level agreements for DLTCs and the impact thereon on the refurbishment of buildings and upgrading of systems. 3, the adopted provincial plan to refurbish the building infrastructure of provincial and municipal DLTCs and TOLABs in the province. Furthermore, the progress report on the refurbishment undertaken by the department in the current financial year. 4, the refurbishment of the Benoni Regional Office as well as the SWAT Training Centre. 5, the adopted provincial plan to complete all delayed infrastructure projects due to poor performance by contractors, as well as measures in place to curb the reoccurrence of poor performance by contractors. And 6, should I say, plans in place to curb the reoccurrence of vandalism of road traffic infrastructure. At this stage, the committee would like to express its appreciation to the MEC, the HOD and the entire team from the Department of Roads and Transport for their participation in this process. Also like to express appreciation to all members of the Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment and participation in the budget process. We'd also like to express our appreciation to the committee support team. After due consideration, the Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee adopted the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 2025-26 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport recommends that the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 25-26 financial year be adopted, taking into account the concerns and recommendations tabled in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schneemann. Do we have a seconder? Honourable Ntlong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second.
Thank you. And I now put the question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, next order, please.
Thank you once more. The next order is the budget speech and the debate on the detail of the Department of Roads and Transport Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Tlagaza Manamela. Let me greet honourable members in the House, as well as the Premier and colleagues in the Executive, Honourable Chief Whip Leskhoma Kubela, as well as mayors and MMCs who are present here today, the administrative leadership of the department led by the HOD and the CEOs present here today, the board chairperson of Gautrain Management Agency and the members of the board, and greetings to various stakeholders within the roads and transport sector, as well as people of Gauteng, Kare, Dumelang. Honourable Deputy Speaker, there is no better way to mark Nelson Mandela Month than presenting to the people of Gauteng a budget that is not merely a financial plan, but a testament to our unwavering commitment to building a connected, safe and economical, vibrant Gauteng. As Nelson Mandela once said, it is in the character of growth that we should learn from both the pain and the progress of our past. The presentation of this budget that we are tabling, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and please the House should allow me that there will be parts that I will not go into detail, but will share the speech through Hansard and submit it to the House. Heralds a signpost to the future we have defined when we ushered in the democratic order that continues to shape the values that inform our everyday conduct. We are a society and a nation founded on a strong belief to continue engaging in dialogue with each other. We recognize and celebrate our differences, but so do we uphold the principles that bind us and intertwine our hope in the future of this country and its people. For the 25-26 financial year, the Department of Roads and Transport has been allocated 9.7 billion. This allocation underscores our strategic focus on transport infrastructure development, efficient transport operations, and administrative excellence. Madam Deputy Speaker, would like to acknowledge the great work done by men and women who are entrusted with policy implementation within the department, led administratively by the HOD, Dr. Mdadani, and the DDGs presented here, the CEO of entities, Mr. Sepo Khobe, as well as Mr. Poblen Govenda, as acting CEO of GFleet, and our new addition, Ms. Sapepa, who is the Executive Director of the new Gauteng Transport Inspectorate in partnership with GFleet, with RTMC. This team managed to improve the departmental performance, moving it from 48% to 84% achievement of its target over the past 2 years, and continue to make strides to further improve performance this year. Under this ANC-led government, we have strengthened governance structures, and the department moved from a qualified audit opinion in 2022-2023 to an unqualified audit opinion, earning the department an award of improved department from Premier Panyaza Lesufi. 2 of its entities received a clean audit opinion, with the newly established entity Tech Transport Authority of Gauteng also receiving an unqualified audit. Several previously major incomplete transport infrastructure projects were completed and open to the public. Honourable Masole. Despite the financial constraints, we remain committed to work within the allocated budget and reprioritize in such a way that we meet both our immediate and future commitments. The current financial budget breakdown is as follows, as presented last time by MEC for Finance. Road infrastructure under DDG Maputi Mukobani is allocated 2.7 billion dedicated to the planning, construction, and maintenance of our road network. Transport operations under acting DDG Libelo Maloka is allocated 3 billion to ensure the seamless functioning of public transport services. Administration under DDG Amanda Hartman is allocated only 672 million to support the essential administrative functions that underpin our operation. Gautrain Management Agency is allocated 2.2 billion to sustain the operation and subsidies of the Gautrain system. And we are hopeful that the board led by Professor Ntobi as well as the CEO Tsepo Khobe will continue to do the great job to be done there. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as outlined above, I think one of the critical projects that we were tasked to focus ourselves on is the 3.1 billion allocated to ensure the seamless functioning of public transport services. And we today have managed to finalize negotiated contracts, and we are making sure that this budget is spent effectively and efficiently. But for the House to note, there's a discussion on the table of the Minister on the National Public Transport Subsidy Policy to ensure that we address challenges faced by the public transport operators in our country. And I think as a province, we should take keen interest on that. We've established smart licensing centers throughout some of our townships, with Atteridgeville, Motlakeng, Soweto being the first beneficiaries that we have, as well as Mamelodi. We also have piloted the new number plate as we have launched with the Premier. The other concern, Honourable the Deputy Speaker and the House, it's the road safety challenges that we continue to face as a province and the experience of road fatalities, and we've committed ourselves to making sure that we deal with that. The Premier spoke at length on the establishment of the Gauteng Transport Inspectorate to assist us with the taxi violence related issues that we continue to have as a challenge. And we are hopeful that through the MOU with RTMC, we'll be able to achieve what we needed to achieve. We managed to complete road infrastructure in the previous year, and we continue to build more roads and upgrade more roads on our road network. We also have established integrated approach in routine road maintenance with all our municipalities in Gauteng, and we continue to fix potholes, grass cutting, as well as making sure that we fix the traffic lights and the street lights that continue to be vandalized in our province. All our entities are doing very well, with G-Fleet now currently having new clients. It has 55 active clients, and we are also continuing to make sure that we operationalize our logistics function role. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also allocated a little bit of an amount of 20 million to take through the Gauteng-Limpopo rail network, and the team led by the GMA will make sure that we achieve that. This budget is, in conclusion, this budget is a strategic instrument designed to propel Gauteng towards a future of integrated, efficient and safer transportation. It reflects our dedication to service delivery, economic growth, and the well-being of Gauteng residents. I also would like to extend my gratitude to all the stakeholders and partners who continue to support our mission. Vision without action is just a dream. Action without vision just passes the time, and vision with action can change the world. So said Nelson Mandela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MC. Honourable TPC.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Excuse me, before you proceed, Honourable Member, sorry to interrupt. Is comms in the House? Ralph? Comms, please get them to be in the House. Now I hold. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. You can continue.
Thank you very much. Gauteng's economy is dependent on its road infrastructure system to grow. We need well-maintained and new roads to be built for the economy to thrive. Currently, we have the strongest economy in South Africa, linking provinces such as Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest and the Free State, which puts a huge strain on Gauteng roads. Our roads bear the brunt of heavy vehicle traffic carrying a variety of products such as produce and minerals. Therefore, our ever-growing unemployment is directly linked to our failing road infrastructure. Although some entities under the Department of Roads and Logistics, such as the Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management, seem to be making strides to conform to the principles of the Auditor General, there are still questions that remain to be asked. The programs that are at the helm of making the province tick are transport infrastructure and transport operations, where the department is failing the residents of Gauteng and those of our neighbouring provinces. Potholes, sinkholes and non-functioning traffic and streetlights wreak havoc on our economy, costing taxpayers, insurance companies and business owners millions. This is even not considering the unnecessary loss of life. Many tourist attractions are located on poor roads, which are not regularly maintained, leading to damage and opportunities lost. The non-functioning traffic and streetlights put the safety of our road users at risk. Our province's road network is under strain. Of the estimated 4,500 roads under provincial care, only 35% are in a good condition, while 65% are plagued by potholes and structural decay. An immediate 1.5 billion has been dedicated to short-term repairs and 7 billion to long-term upgrades, including priority corridors, namely the Golden Highway and the Malibongwe Drive. The lack of functional traffic signals creates not only congestion but also heightened road safety risks. The theft of valuable cabling worsens the situation. Repairing each signal could cost up to 300,000. The 265 million adjustment will hopefully address this serious problem. This budget also strengthens public transport through transport operations, including subsidies for the Gautrain. Over 2 billion is committed to operational and subsidy costs for the Gautrain Management Agency. As the backbone of rapid, reliable mass transit in Gauteng, the Gautrain underpins economic productivity. Budget lines are only as effective as their execution. We need to insist on a detailed implementation plan for the 265 million allocated with timelines and priority zones, quarterly public reporting on maintenance progress and functionality, and accountability mechanisms for municipalities so that funding translates into visible repairs and safer roads. This budget combines 9.7 billion in core funding with 265 million in targeted spending, 1.5 billion in immediate repairs and municipal partnerships across our metro areas. It prioritizes traffic signal restoration, road surfacing, bridge repairs, and integrated transport operations. Every rand invested here travels with us to work, to school, to clinics, and to markets. It enhances safety and unlocks opportunity. But investment alone is not enough. Transparency, coordination, and discipline must be its partners. Honourable members, this budget should be a turning point where we move from chronic decay to durable roads, from daily delays to smooth journeys, and from isolated neighbourhoods to truly connected Gauteng. This department lacks effective implementation. Therefore, the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng cannot in good conscience support the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Duplessis. Member Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, the Honourable MECs, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable Members of the Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. Comrades and friends, globalization has opened us up to interconnectedness and interdependence between countries around the world. It is driven by the change of goods, services, capital, information, as well as culture. Roads and transport and logistics play a pivotal role in connecting Gauteng to the world. I'm honoured to be afforded the opportunity to present this budget on behalf of the ANC caucus in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, a year ago we celebrated the 30th anniversary of our democracy. Here we were reminded of the sacrifices and dedication of brave men and women through the years of liberation struggle in persuasion of unity and a liberated South Africa, a country where one can move with ease from one area to another. Madam Deputy Speaker, in his State of the Province address, the Premier of Gauteng identified 3 key challenges facing the Gauteng province. This includes, among other issues, water, cable theft, non-functionality of streetlights, potholes, crime, lawlessness, failing infrastructure, amongst many other challenges. In noting this, Madam Speaker, we welcome the additional allocation of the 314 million for the 2025-26 financial year. With these amounts, there is certain amounts that will be channeled towards several priority road maintenance across all 5 corridors in our province. 80 million of this is going to go towards the maintenance of traffic lights. 35 million is going to go towards street lights. Madam Speaker, gone are the days where we drive in dark roads and have to repair our tires every quarter due to potholes. We must be a Gauteng of bright city lights, the real Josie Maboning. We must have maintained roads moving from the OR Tambo's R21 up to the D483 in Sidibeng. Honourable members, we are mindful of the challenges that affect the department to speed up the process of project intervention. With the allocation of the funds into the coffers of the roads and transport, we will be able to double our efforts in making sure that the progress in reducing the number of incomplete projects is undertaken with the necessary speed that is required. With that being said, we note the reduction of incomplete projects as well as completed and ongoing projects, including the K46 Winnie Mandela Drive, the K69 Solomon Mahlangu Drive in Mamelodi, the P241 in Lenasia, the K174 in the Val River City Interchange, the K73 Allendale Road in Midrand. At this financial year, Madam Speaker, the work at the K31 Beyers Nudier Drive will proceed as planned. The Ferrenacheng Intermodal Facility of the DLTC will be completed by 2025. The Sibukeng DLTC as well as will be completed by the end of this financial year. As most of you members were driving to the House this morning, you could see the work that is taking place in our roads in the city, in the province. Madam Speaker, we have noted the positive impact of the rollout of the smart DLTCs, which is bringing services closer to our communities in many of our underserviced areas. Areas such as Treasury and Soweto, and its impact in particular when it comes to technology that is currently in use. We must commend the Premier as well as the MEC for Roads and Transport on the launch of the new number plate system, which is aimed at combating vehicle-related crimes and enhancing road safety. The system incorporates tamper-evident decals, forensic codes, QR codes, and a digitalized back-end portal to improve traceability as well as to reduce fraud. The time for criminals to hide behind fake plates has come to an end. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport is deliberate in its role to fight for a crime-free Gauteng. Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand here today to confirm the appointment of the JRA to maintain and to repair roads on the provincial roads running throughout Johannesburg, and this has been dispensed by the department. This is a highly welcomed and commendable intervention that will assist us in service delivery. We are also pleased to inform the House that the focus on repairing street lights is receiving attention. The R55 street lights have been restored after such a long time of not working. We are currently seized with the issues of concluding the transport regulations in Gauteng. Honourable members, the department's achievement of a clean and unqualified audit is not just something that's good in writing, but is an indication that the budget given to this department does not go to tenderpreneurs or business people wannabe, but instead contributes to significantly to the delivery of services of the people of Gauteng. As we draw towards a closure, Madam Speaker, we continue to make significant progress in implementing and achieving many of our service delivery targets. There are areas of improvement, of course. However, we do believe that this budget pays tribute to the legacy of men and women who gathered at Kliptown and declared that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. The ANC supports the budget vote 9 of the Department of Roads and Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Masule.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to Madam Deputy Speaker. The Department of Roads, Transport and Logistics has now over 10 billion in their coffers to make the roads and streets of this province look very beautiful and impressive for the G20 summit. We will congratulate them if this budget was not a very superficial cosmetic face bit that is aimed at impressing visitors rather than citizens of Gauteng. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Department of Roads is overly ambitious in its planning just with regards to transport infrastructure, a program that summarizes the biggest allocation of the budget at 34%. The entire rationale of the budget into the program operates on the assumption that projects that are designated and allocated for within this budget will not need any surplus in the coming financial year. In fact, the department estimates that the budget allocation in this program can drop by 19% in the next financial year. This argument is wrong for two reasons, because it relies on two false negatives. The first is that the provincial and provincial grants put into this program will not be the same for the next financial year, and notably not as much, which might very well be true, Madam Speaker, but an assumption nonetheless. The second false negative is that the funds dispersed now will be sufficient to meet and cover the demand of the targets set within the program. You see, on their own admission, the department is slightly delusional, which is almost unnoticeable. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department in the current financial year cut the maintenance sub-program by close to 25%, surely on the assumption that maintained roads in the current financial year will not need to be maintained in the next financial year. And then a funny thing happened, it rained. Yes, Madam Speaker, it rained. And the committee report is correct to point out that this cut in the maintenance budget compromises the statement that was made by the Premier in SOPA, where he reported that the conditions of our road and road networks must be maintained, as the transport is the lifeblood of our economy. In fact, the report is not blunt to say the Department of Roads, operating from a position of assumptions and false negatives, essentially compromised the Premier. Furthermore, the budget presented by the department claims that due to the increased number of square meters of surface roads, to the rehabilitated number of bridges rehabilitated, and etc., as a result, the number of EPWP created in the transport infrastructure program are reportedly to increase from 5.1 thousand to 6.8 thousand in the current financial year. While this is well and good, we find ourselves wondering whether or not these numbers belong to the report of the Department of Economics and Development, the Office of the Premier, or the Department of Infrastructure Development, or if they are sharing the victory of this increase, as it is quite clear that mentioning the EPWP seems to be the most viable strategy of job creation in this provincial government. What we would have liked to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the actual capacitation of youth, female, and people with disability enterprises being awarded critical maintenance and infrastructure projects on our road and cities, and more importantly, the building of state capacity. Hey, Madam Speaker, go dodge the potholes.
Okay, thank you. Una 24 seconds over. You are 30 seconds over. Thank you. Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Masoleng. Honorable Ulomdan, Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members. The state of Gauteng's road network, vital for our economic hub and highly populated province, remains a significant concern. While the Department of Transport and Logistics receive an increased allocation of over 10 billion rand for the 2025-26 financial year, marking a 3.06% rise, a closer look reveals critical challenges. This budget includes additional funding for goods and services shortfalls, fixing crucial traffic lights and street lights, and addressing 54 critically damaged roads. The commitment to rehabilitating the key corridors like Golden Highway and Malibongwe Drive, as mentioned in SOPA, is also welcome. A worrying 25.45% decrease in the maintenance sub-program budget, despite existing backlogs, directly impacts road safety. This prioritizes new construction over essential upkeep, a short-sighted approach for a province of our size and traffic intensity. The committee's concern about delayed projects due to poor contractor performance and infrastructure vandalism also highlights systemic inefficiencies that we should note. Given Gauteng's role as a densely populated economic powerhouse, this budget, despite its slight increase, is unlikely to be sufficient. The maintenance backlog and the sheer scale of our road network demand far greater sustained investment. The Freedom Front Plus will robustly monitor the project implementations and ensure that every cent translates into tangible, long-lasting improvements to serve our millions of commuters and drive our economy forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Van Dijk.
Thank you, Speaker. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Logistics has received a budget of 10 billion for the 2025-26 financial year. For the maintenance of provincial roads, a budget of 1.5 billion has been allocated. This is a very large budget. and one would think during this financial year great strides will be made to improve the conditions of our roads across the province. Sadly, Madam Speaker, we don't believe this to be the case. We have sinkholes, potholes that are the size of craters in this province. We have a large number of traffic lights that are not fully operational, posing a risk not only to the lives of our residents, but also to our motorists. This 10 billion rand budget will only be available for this financial year. Over the next 2 years, the budget for the department will decrease by 1 billion year on year, which means our road conditions will decrease drastically as well. To fix traffic lights, the province is planning to spend 80 million rand on just 61 traffic signals. This works out to about 1.3 million per signal. To date, we have received no justification for this excessive cost. Gauteng residents need a government that is committed to repairing and maintaining our roads on an ongoing basis, not only when the problem becomes worse or G20 is looming. Currently, there are at least 7 projects that began 5 years ago that are only at 40% completion. If this department has its ducks in a row, these projects might be completed this year, which is their scheduled completion date. Madam Speaker, during the numerous oversight visits to areas like Roodepoort, Krugersdorp, Randburg, we found projects that have been left incomplete, contractors that were at the end of their contracts before completion, unfit for the job, and some even just absconded, with 40% of payment up front. Until supply chain management in this province and the bidding adjudication process is regularised, transparent and above board, a bigger budget may just lead to bigger misspending. Furthermore, despite the urgent need for roads to be upgraded, some projects are yet to start. One such case involves a damaged weighbridge in Mogale City, left unrepaired for 2 years. Had it been fixed sooner, it could have brought in much-needed revenue, and perhaps we would not have needed this repeated cash injection from national government. While it is without question that the Gautrain is a world-class facility, the unfortunate truth is that very few people use it. The compartments are often empty, the Gautrain buses are rarely seen with passengers, and now we are putting 2.6 billion rand more, along with plans for a bullet train to cities that don't even have running water. The Democratic Alliance cannot, in good conscience, support this allocation until we see a detailed project-by-project expenditure plan with timelines and punitive measures for incomplete or delayed work. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Van Dijk. Member More.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we meet not only to debate figures, but to confront realities, the stark truth behind the 10 billion budget. It is indeed a historic number, but this milestone has a troubling story of instability, inefficiency, and waning accountability. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as we discuss the current financial budget, we need to keep in mind both our long-term goals and short-term limitations. The projected 6% decrease of the 608 million will have significant effect on our core programs and jeopardize the stability of service delivery. The current year's strategic planning will be highly affected by the upcoming and projected 608 million. And this decrease will have a significant effect on our core programs. The department continues to struggle with the lack of resources to meet the expanding needs of the public. This volatility disrupts delivery and undermines strategic planning. The department's own maintenance sub-project program was slashed by 25%, despite the Premier affirming that transport is the livelihood of our economy. With critical road damage after heavy rains and drainage failures at facilities like Vereeniging, Intermodal, these budget decisions defy reason. Meanwhile, the site visit by the committee and department revealed stalled projects, slow contractors on site for D1814 of Bronkhorst Freight, and the Graaffontein Road remains congested and behind schedule. Transparency is another concern. We demand clarity on the 49.9 million shortfall in goods and services updates on infrastructure like the Benoni Regional Office and insight into a reduction in current payments that affect staffing. The department must report on systems managed by eGov On driver's license testing centers and collabs, vacancies persist and maintenance plan remains vague. Gauteng residents deserve a reliable, well-equipped licensing system. And finally, the Gauteng budget is set to drop by 8%, while its operating contract expires in March 2026. The Gauteng Management Agency must present a concrete handover and budget alignment plan. The stakes are too high for ambiguity. Honourable members, the budget may have crossed 10 billion mark, but our duty is not to applaud numbers, it is to demand service delivery. Action SA urges this House to accelerate infrastructure implementation, ensure transparency and hold underperforming contractors accountable. Let's build roads of progress, not potholes of delay. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Transport Portfolio Committee, through meetings and oversight activities, have amongst others examined 3 issues that require consideration and attention, namely infrastructure challenges, Gautrain and the status of regional offices of the department. There are huge infrastructure shortcomings that require urgent attention. As with other departments within the Gauteng administration, important infrastructure projects and necessary maintenance are outstanding to ensure compliance and implementation of delivery targets. Projects need to be accelerated. There are important successes with the Gauteng initiative. However, it has become clear that far too many of our commuters are unable to benefit from this important service, as the cost to utilise the Gautrain is too high and prohibitive, thus preventing the Gautrain from fulfilling its objective and purpose. It is also reported that insufficient support services are provided by Gautrain from numerous stations to commuters' final destinations, thus compelling many potential users to use their motor vehicles as a better option. An inspection at the Krugersdorp office of the department raised the fundamental importance of protecting state assets. The inspection indicated that the department did not appear to have control or awareness of the assets belonging to the department. Numerous assets were dumped into overcrowded offices because of a lack of effective oversight, and an asset register did not appear to be available. This may not be the position in any of the other regional offices. However, on this ground alone, the inspection raises a red flag, such that proper measures should be put in place across the province to protect the department's assets. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Honourable Shirota. Honourable Schneemann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Premier, MECs present, honourable members, guests in the gallery. Transport is crucial for economic development, acting as the lifeblood of an economy by facilitating the movement of goods, services and people. Efficient transportation networks enable businesses to access markets, reduce costs and improve productivity, which ultimately boosts economic growth and job creation. Conversely, inadequate or inefficient transport infrastructure can hinder economic activity and limit opportunities for development. The Department of Roads and Transport plays a crucial role in ensuring that Gauteng has an efficient and effective transport network, which therefore requires that the available budget be utilised to achieve this. To ensure an efficient and effective transport network, traffic signals need to work, the road network needs to be in a good condition and free of potholes, road maintenance needs to take place, new roads need to be built, way bridges need to be worked, and the Gautrain expansion is required to provide its services to a wider range of communities. The Department's budget for the 2025-26 financial year of just over 10 billion, which includes the additional 314 million, gives support to the implementation of the ANC's election manifesto of 2024, which included the following commitments. Through the public employment programs, fix potholes, pave roads, maintain community and rural roads, develop further passenger rail networks, including high-speed rail, ensure a greater role for SUNRAL to assist in road maintenance and extension in towns and rural areas, strengthen the taxi industry and promote community safety. Those are just a few of the commitments the ANC made in its manifesto. Technology and innovation are the future of transport and an integral part of efficient and effective transport networks. Here in Gauteng, smart technology and transportation, or smart transportation, needs to play an important role as we move forward. The question that we need to ask is, why should we rely on a motorist to report robots not working when technology can send an instant message to a control room when a robot stops working, and a team can be dispatched to carry out the necessary repairs? I've raised this because this is an illustration of the kind of infrastructure and technology that we need to invest in going forward. The secondment of 98 officers from the RTMC is welcomed, and we hope they will make a meaningful impact in dealing with the challenge of taxi violence which has plagued our province, and this was addressed earlier by the Premier. In addition, we trust that they can also be used for traffic law enforcement. We need greater visibility on our highways, and particularly at night. There is a need for the coordination of all traffic police at municipal level to help in restoring law and order on our roads. The driver behaviour of many motorists in Gauteng has deteriorated, whether they be drivers of cars, taxis, motorbikes, trucks, buses, etc., requiring that urgent steps need to be taken to restore law and order on our roads. Perhaps it's time for us to focus on the driver licence testing process and whether it's adequately both teaching and preparing potential drivers how to drive on our province's roads. There's been major progress, should I say, in the restoration of traffic signals, which is appreciated and is making a difference. But there is still a way to go. With the additional funding, we look forward to many more robots being restored in this current financial year. A major challenge is the vandalism, which takes place and results in significant costs, as many of these robots have to be replaced entirely. There needs to be standards and turnaround times from when a traffic signal is reported and to when it is repaired. I see I'm running out of time. So let me just say to members on that side of the House, I suggest you follow the Department of Roads and Transport on their social media pages, which will help you to keep up to date with the work that is taking place across the province. The message that you portray, that nothing is happening, is far from true. In fact, it's totally inaccurate. The ANC supports the budget and plans to take transport in Gauteng to the next level. To the department led by the head of department and all officials and the staff, keep up the good work. Let's change gear and move to the next level. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Mr. Dialet-Tlabela.
Thank you, Honourable Members. I think there's a general agreement across party lines that there's a need for more or additional funding to the roads and transport infrastructure development program in our province. And I hope that MEC Maile has listened to your concerns, Honourable Members, in your diversity. Let me start with my dear sisters, Honourable More and Honourable Masoleng. Honourable More, the projects that you just mentioned are on time, as per our reports that we presented to the Portfolio Committee. D18, 14 and Vereeniging Intermodal Facility are right on time, and I think we'll be able to complete them on time and within the cost. The other issue, Honourable More, that you raised, and which is a concern for all of us, is ridership on Gautrain, and we are working tirelessly to ensure that we increase. We took a knock during COVID, and we have now introduced a new product called Clever Mover, which is a 50% cut off to those who are earning 350,000 per annum. Honourable Masoleng, my dear sister, I think we need to sit down to understand budget allocation processes and also what informs budget cuts so that we avoid speaking past each other. But we take note of your concern on the reduction of our budget in the new financial year, and MEC Maile has listened to that. Honorable Duplessis, Honorable Sirota, and Honorable Mulder. There is nothing that I can do to change how you see this government. You are white male supremacists that do not want to see change. And I will never,
Order, members.
As a young black woman
Order,
in this
members.
country,
Order.
as a young black woman in this country.
Honorable members, let's maintain order.
No, they are refusing to see change. We are working hard to ensure that we fix the mess you caused in Johannesburg and in Tshwane. You are all white male supremacists that refuse to see change.
Honorable, you see,
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Me alone, I can drown all your voices. No? So I'm just saying, as you heckling each other and so on, allow members of the gallery, our visitors and everybody else to hear. So I'm not taking away your rights, but allow at least the presidium and hindsight to get some kind of information or space to hear what is being said. Let's proceed nicely the way we were doing. Thank you very much. Let's, I don't mind, you can respond. The banter goes on, the heckling goes on. I'm just requesting that let's keep in mind that we want to be listened to, our guests there and hindsight, but you guys continue, or rather honorable members, not guys. You continue doing what you are doing, but I'm saying, please consider us as well. That's all I was saying. And don't insult each other, as long as you don't insult each other, and keep it nice and in line with decorum. Thank you. Honorable, I think ABC was closing the debate. Let's go to the next order, please, Secretary.
Thank you once more, Deputy Speaker. The next order is the consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep it like Member Porter. He's very well behaved, doesn't make noise, so please behave. Very well mannered gentleman and an honorable member. That was on a lighter note. Honorable Masai.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, to the Premier, to the Chief Whip, and to the MEC of Economic and Finance, MEC Maile. Honorable members, Baahi ba Gauteng. As the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I present the report of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Vote 14 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2025 as follows. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would request that items that I have not read, that they may be regarded as having been read. The Finance Portfolio Committee exercises oversight through its assessment of the financial and non-financial performance of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Vote 14 for the 2025-26 financial year. The Portfolio Committee considers, among others, the estimates of the Provincial Revenue Expenditure 2025, the Provincial Appropriation Bill Committee Report, presentation by the GPT, research analysis, the Annual Performance Plan APP of 2025, the budget speech by the member of the Executive Council, MEC for Finance, the speech by the Minister of Finance, the State of the Province address by the Premier, and the State of the Nation address by the President. In line with the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in 1996, the Public Finance Management Act 1999 is an important section of legislation which promotes the objectives of good financial management. The key objectives of this Act, among others, enables public sector managers to manage, be more accountable, provide quality information on time, and to eliminate corruption and waste of public funds and assets. The sector oversight model is utilized in conducting oversight on the executive, and its tools are utilized in analyzing reports of the GPT. In terms of the process that was followed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget vote 14 in the schedule of the Provincial Appropriation Bill was formally referred by the Speaker for consideration and reporting by the Finance Portfolio Committee. At the Portfolio Committee meetings, which was convened on, on Thursday, 19th of June 2025, a research analysis was presented. And in the same meeting, the GPT, inclusive of JIVA, presented on their annual performance plans. The former also presented on the detail of Budget Vote 14 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill, and it responded to questions emanating from the research analysis. The Portfolio Committee invited stakeholders to their meetings to observe committee proceedings and later made verbal or written submissions in line with the GPL public participation mandate and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. No submissions were received. At the Portfolio Committee meeting convened on the 10th of July 2025, the committee deliberated and adopted the oversight report, which was subsequently submitted to the Proceedings Unit for tabling in the House. In terms of the allocation trends, Madam Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the revised estimate of 746.2 million in the 2024-2025 financial year, the allocation increases from 787.8 million in the 2025-26 financial year to 819.2 million in the 2027-2028 financial year. This increase in the allocation caters for the implementation of the approved structure with the additional funding provided for improvement of conditions of service and implementing the projects and programs planned for the MTF period. The allocation for the 2025 MTF period makes provision for various projects and programs, such as media services for the province budget tabling day events, and the implementation of the infrastructure performance across the 3 identified focus areas. The budget also provides for the implementation of accounts payable robotic process automation and automation of financial statements, including support and maintenance, price catalog data solutions, township economic revitalization strategies that will still assist the department to achieve 30% spending in township-based businesses, support to municipalities regarding the implementation of the municipal financial support, hands-on support programs, external training, GREP, and the Institute of International Auditors Training and SCM interventions. The Portfolio Committee therefore noted that the interest revenue budget is set conservatively, given that increased spending in the province will reduce the cash balances and result in lower revenue earned. The committee is therefore concerned about the about the budget cuts in the allocation for goods and services for the 2025-26 financial year and the 2027-28 financial year, and the impact thereof on improving financial management and performance of struggling municipalities. The Portfolio Committee recommends, therefore, the following and requests for a response by the 31st of July 2025. That GPT should submit a plan detailing how it will prioritize efficiency and service delivery through strategic resource reallocation and innovation in the face of budget cuts under goods and services. So we want to acknowledge the MEC for Finance, MEC El Maile, the head of department, Ms. N. Mnyani, as well as senior officials from the GPT. We want to confirm that we highly appreciate the work that we are doing. We want to also appreciate for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the processing of schedule of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, and it goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. Member Mohobe, Member Tlebere, Member Sisedinyane, Member Hickney, Member Robinson, Member Klaba, Member Evans, Member Ngobeni, Member Makwala, Member Mure, Member Chirota, and Member Maluka. The committee's gratitude is extended also to the support staff, the group committee coordinator, the senior committee coordinator, the researcher, legal advisor, senior information officer, the media officer, the committee interns and research intern, the service officer, and Hansard recorder. After deliberations, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report on the detailed budget vote 14 Gauteng Provincial Treasury of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill. In terms of Rule 117, the subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio therefore presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of Budget 14 Gauteng Provincial Treasury of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004-2025. Thank you.
Before I get a second, I was hoping those two gentlemen who keep on clicking will keep the same energy for all of us, the same way they do this side. I will expose them at every turn. I get that we must also be focused on as participants. So let's keep the same energy with everybody who's at work. Thank you very much. Is there a second? Honorable Sese there.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, let's have the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The next order is the debate speech and the budget speech and the debate on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you.
Honourable MEC Maile.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not fine. Bang tagatile lamantu kodwa ngizoqhubha ngiye phambili. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, members of the House, the HOD of Treasury, the stakeholders, residents of Gauteng, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honour and a privilege to stand before you in this August House to present the 2025 budget vote of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. This budget vote provides us with an opportunity to outline key areas that we will focus on in the 2025-2026 financial year as we implement our constitutional mandate of being the custodian of public funds and providing stewardship on all financial matters in the province. Honourable members, we are mindful of the current challenges, socio-economic environment characterized by, amongst other issues, sluggish economic growth, a stubbornly high unemployment rate, particularly amongst the youth, a complex and ever-evolving global economic and political environment that has a significant impact on the national economy and economies of the broader global south, and the urgent need to deliver quality basic services to our people in a province with a population growth rate that is above the national average. These are only some of the 13 urgent challenges that Premier Banyazali Sufi outlined in the State of the Province address that he delivered in February this year. As the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, we have the task of managing public finances in a prudent manner, whilst also supporting departments not only to address the structural and systematic challenges that confronts the province, but also to facilitate the growth of the provincial economy within a complex global economic environment and to create much-needed employment opportunities for our people. Addressing these challenges is not simply a constitutional obligation on the part of the provincial government, but also a moral responsibility towards the people of Gauteng who rely on the government to provide basic services, including healthcare, education, and social welfare. The history of our country, as well as its political economy, necessitates that we become a provincial treasury that goes beyond being economistic and statistical in approach, but one that employs a sociological imagination and appreciates the complex geo-histories that shape the people of our province. One of the greatest challenges that confronts us as a society is the extent to which corruption and maladministration have permeated through the country. This is a serious problem, which, as the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, we deem as needing urgent intervention. As part of demonstrating prudent use of public resources, we are vigorously implementing measures to fight fraud and corruption and address practices that lead to irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We appreciate that equitable growth, prudent fiscal management, and a stable environment to build investor confidence requires good governance, as well as sustained and active collaboration by all government, civil society, and private sector stakeholders. It is only when we do this that we will be able to stretch the rent and ensure that the 172.3 billion budget that we are investing in the Gauteng province this financial year derives maximum value. The budget will support our priorities as captured in the provincial medium-term development plan, which includes inclusive growth and job creation, improved living conditions, and enhanced health and well-being, as well as the building of a capable ethical and developmental state. Honourable members, having explained the context within which departments operate, I now outline some of our key plans for this financial year. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury has been allocated a budget of 787 million for the 2025-2026 financial year. We will use these resources to drive effective financial management and promote transparency and governance in the province. To enhance sound management of finances in the province, we are committed to contain the wage bill of Gauteng Provincial Government to not more than 60% of the allocated budget. This will enable us to effectively utilize resources, obtain value for money, and ensure that budget for the compensation of employees does not crowd out resources necessary for the provision of basic public services. We have also actualized our revenue enhancement strategy to intensify efforts to drive the efficient collection of monies that are due to the province. In addition to revenue management and enhancement, we are implementing measures to improve infrastructure planning to ensure a positive impact and alignment with available financial resources. Performance monitoring and project management will be conducted to ensure that the public funds deliver tangible benefits for the residents. Lastly, we will roll out the implementation of the electronic bill presentation and payment and e-commerce to reduce the handling of cash in the province, strengthening the state's capacity to deliver services, and implementing efficiencies to address the gaps that have been identified in the collection of revenue. The use of advanced technologies resources is necessary in our quest for building a professional and modern state. The Sustainable Financial Resource Management Business Unit has been allocated a total of 118 million. We will monitor the automated reporting platform for the current financial year. The approved clean audit strategy will continue to be implemented through a multi-pronged collaborative effort between the various stakeholders. Honourable members, monitoring compliance with rules, regulations, norms and standards and supply chain management as part of broader efforts to ensure the realization of government policy objective is key to the work of the department. We will continue to monitor the payment of suppliers by provincial departments to ensure compliance with the 30 days supplier payment policy. In this regard, we have introduced our new invoice management system on the 1st of April 2025. This cutting-edge, advanced technology-driven platform replaces the electronic invoice system and is designed to reduce delays, enhance accuracy, and provide real-time visibility for seamless invoice processes. To restore and maintain trust in the public procurement process, we will continue to implement the open tender system and ensure that all bids over 2 billion are subjected to probity audit. Since 2014, more than 420 projects amounting to more than 42 billion have been awarded through open tender. The achievement of this outcome is the work of 3 business units in the department, namely financial governments with a budget of 137 million, provincial supply chain management with a budget of 116 million, and Gauteng audit services, which is allocated 155 million in this financial year. We will also be helping municipalities. Amongst other things, Mfuleni local municipality has also been granted a 1/3 write-off of its debt amounting to 1.9 billion from a ring-fence debt of 5.9 billion. Mohali City has also recently received relief of the ESCOM debt amounting to 79 million, which is 1/3 write-off of the debt. So that is amongst many things that we will be doing. We call on municipalities to fast-track projects to ensure that capital budgets are spent in accordance with rules and regulations to deliver services to communities. And this is important because despite this substantial investment of 14.3 billion in capital budgets by municipalities, we still face a significant backlog in water and sanitation services. This needs to be addressed with urgency because it impedes on economic and human development in the province. The Municipal Finance Management Business Unit has been allocated 85 million in this financial year to support municipalities in the province. In conclusion, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury plays a crucial role in supporting departments, municipalities, and entities to manage their finances in a sound manner so that every available rand is spent on delivering services to our people. The department remains fully committed to delivering on this mandate and is dedicated to the realization of the objectives of the Gauteng, Growing Gauteng Together 2030. We are committed to promoting good governance, ensuring that the Gauteng provincial government broadly is accountable and responsive to the needs of citizens, and that our government has a zero-tolerance approach to corruption. We say this as an activist treasury that is an understanding that financial maladministration impacts the poor, who are most vulnerable and who constitutes the majority of our population. Improving their lives demands the improvement of the government and specifically the management of public resources. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hereby introduce the 2025-2026 budget vote of the Provincial Treasury. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isaga his name or Isaga the song. Thank you, MEC. Honorable Poho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
No.
Am I audible,
Honorable
Speaker?
Poho is standing in for Member Makwal. Yes, you can continue, Member Poho.
Greetings to the Madam Speaker, the Premier, honorable members of Gauteng Legislature and the citizens of Gauteng. Speaker, as the EFF, we would like to strongly criticize the budget as presented by the Provincial Treasury based on 4 principles that we believe are the core of adequately serving the most immediate and pressing issues of our people and the quality of governance owed to them, which should at all material times be a genuine people's government that recognizes and responds to their needs and circumstances. Firstly, the unemployment rate of this province is unyielding. The various measures that seek to distract and divert the very real issue of joblessness in this province have all fallen short of creating meaningful, sustainable and dignified jobs for the residents of this province, in particular for the youth. The expanded definition of unemployment in Gauteng stands at a staggering 38.9%, with a GDP that contracted in the last quarter of the previous financial year. We ask ourselves, what in current terms informs the Treasury's anticipation of a 2% GDP growth by the year of 2026, notwithstanding the fact that unemployment on its own hampers economic growth? Secondly, Madam Speaker, this province needs to be honest about the growing trend of insurmountable accruals across various departments. We are fast heading into a situation where the Treasury will be issuing budget allocation whose sole mandate is to service debt, instead of improving the governance and access to service delivery tangibles. The Department of Health remains the biggest culprit with regards to this crisis, and what is more troubling is the absolute lack of accountability from that department, whose budget share is by far one of the biggest. The third issue is that while the report mentions a prolific and useful report from the GCRO, it neglects to mention that the same report says, and I quote, "The study also found that unemployment is unevenly distributed across the province. Wards in Gauteng core of economics nodes have lower unemployment levels, while township and informal settlement are characterized by higher concentrations of unemployment. Madam Speaker, just standing here before you, we are children of families born and bred in squatter camps of Gauteng. We are the product of reality that was designed to economically disenfranchise us and cast us aside to the margins of society. It cannot be that even to this day, we are presented with a budget that has no determination to undo the economic injustice of apartheid spatial planning. By continuing these kinds of structural imbalances, the government of the day is perpetuating the design that aims to make sure that success and prosperity must be reserved for those who are physically closer to whiteness, and those who are removed from economic nodes must continually be ostracized from any prospect of economic activity and participation. Economic transformation needs and necessitates spatial redress and integration of areas where black people are settled into the mainstream of economic life. The last point in conclusion is the inability of this province to maximize its own revenue collection. Of the 14 departments in this province, only 2 were reported as collecting revenue of over R1 billion. These are departments of roads and transport, and followed by Department of Economic Development. It's said that in a government that has attracted over 300 billion in foreign investment in the first quarter alone, that in its own revenue contributes just 5% to its budget.
Thank you.
In a province that has active gold, chrome, and platinum mines, world-class tourist
Thank you,
attractions and
Honourable
entertainment
Poho.
venues, it is wrong and gives us an impression that this province is on sale to the highest bidder. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Honourable Kobeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. MMC, you know, the financial crisis in local government is the single biggest threat to service delivery in Gauteng. And your team has constituently, you know, come to our meetings, and they know what we are talking about, because they've seen us, you know, talking to municipalities, particularly the ones that you have mentioned in your speech. And we believe that the Provincial Treasury must be empowered really to play its full role in arresting the financial collapse of our municipalities. As a custodian of public finance, the Provincial Treasury must not merely balance the books, it must help to build trust in a government that has for too long mismanaged the people's money. So I'll get into the issues of the public, of the municipalities later on. Speaker, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. This budget remains structurally top-heavy, with 68% allocated to compensation of employees, up from 62% 2 years ago. Meanwhile, allocation for goods and services, financial oversight, and community engagement continue to shrink. What message does it send when oversight is scaled down, but overheads are scaled up? If you look, for example, at program number 2, responsible for municipal finance support, has seen a 2.5 million reduction, and yet we are saying we want to build capacity. In municipalities like Mfuleni, Merafong, Rand West, and Lesedi, what residents see is not really capacity there. They see a collapse. They see bloated payrolls, runaway ESCOM debt, and infrastructure decay. They see councillors defending irregular budgets while service delivery grinds to a halt. And they see our Treasury, MEC, timid, silent, over-technocratic, when what is needed is bold and political intervention. Yesterday, I heard the MEC of Kokta saying we can't intervene in municipalities. I think we have to have a serious conversation about that, because I think the provincial government can play a big role in assisting municipalities to stop what is happening there. Speaker, the department is serious about restoring order, then it must act like the strategic center of financial governance. What we mean by that, it must clamp down on unfunded budgets. That will trigger Section 139, subsection 5 interventions where necessary. They must enforce conditional transfers tied to strict recovery milestones. And they must publish quarterly financial dashboard of all 11 municipalities so that the residents know where their money is going and where it is being lost.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you
Time
very
is
much.
expired. Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delivering this speech on behalf of Honourable Hicklin. Madam Deputy Speaker, the total budget for the 2025-26 financial year for this vote is 788 million and represents an increase of only 4.6% above that which was last year. That being said, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury's budget makes up just 0.48% of the total provincial budget and has a relatively low impact as far as service delivery is concerned, which is the cornerstone of most of the budget speeches and the debates over the last 3 days. In real terms, almost 174 million will be spent on the actual running of the department, almost 119 million on sustainable fiscal resource management, which really is support for departments through the in-year monitoring and disbursement of funds, 138 million rand on financial governance through the enforcement of the PFMA, the Auditor General's deadline submission, payment automation and IFRS. Around 117 million on supply chain management support to client departments, 85 million rand on municipal financial governance, Honourable Ngubeni, to assist in MFMA compliance and financial management at local government level, particularly to those municipalities who are failing at managing their financial responsibilities. There is the context. There is, lastly, 155 million rand in the Gauteng Audit Services, the entity that regulates internal control for auditing and risk management services. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the advantages of being relatively older as a member of this House is my first-hand experience of things that younger colleagues might not have heard of. For example, I beg your indulgence for a minute. In 1966, yes, it was before you were born, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a so-called spaghetti western called The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. It was featuring Clint Eastwood. Some of you know him and remember him. He was the good. There was a guy called Lee Van Cleef. He was the bad. And Eli Wallach was the ugly. Madam Speaker, this budget can be divided into roughly the same 3 categories. So let's start off with the Eastwood side, the good part of the budget. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury has become a small and generally effective department within the Gauteng Provincial Government, mirroring to a large degree the efficiency of the DA Western Cape Treasury. It has managed to ensure 1.5 billion rand of own revenue has been added to the Provincial Revenue Fund, making this fund stable, albeit with the interest amount having diminished by R1 billion since 23-24, while the Provincial Revenue Fund has lost billions in previous years. At this point, I will not make mention of the e-tolls debt. Revenue enhancement strategies appear to be working, and we believe the Municipal Financial Support Programme is gaining impetus towards being effective in some areas as Treasury's help is bearing fruit and the municipalities are grateful for the assistance and support they receive. There is a higher budget for the Gauteng Audit Services, which enables us to have a greater oversight, not less oversight, which is a definite step in the right direction. So far, so good. But moving on to the Van Cleef side of the equation, the bad side of the budget, we find over R1 billion deficit after the adjustment. This is of major concern because, as we all know, there will be the inevitable overspending by health, education and the Department of Infrastructure Development. In addition, interest came down by R1 billion. This means that we are dipping into the provincial reserves more and more to fund the big deficits we are exposed to primarily through the health department. Another Van Cleef issue is the Gauteng-owned bank and the Gauteng-owned pharmaceutical company. R3 million is still being paid to establish these 2 entities in the 25-26 financial year's budget, when in 2023, during his SOPA address, Premier Lessufi announced the establishment of both these entities in June of the same year. The then MEC for Finance, Jacob Mambobolo, was asked by the DA for a business plan and for progress reports. I asked for a focus intervention study on these entities because, to date, we are yet to see a business case, a funding model or plan, an organogram
as to who will administer such a fund and where would the funding for such a venture come from. By and large, government-owned entities across the board have been marred by mismanagement and corruption. So let's look at examples. Eskom is a terrible example of our state-owned entities, Transnet and South African Airways, which really means that whatever the government tries to manage as an entity doesn't work. So there are just but a few examples of entities that have been mismanaged to the precipice of collapse. There is no assurance that a Gauteng-owned bank or a pharmaceutical company would not follow the same trajectory. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're now on the Eloy Wallach side, or the ugly side, and on top of that list is the 5.5 billion rand that we're going to pay yet again into another tranche of e-toll debt, which the Gauteng Provincial Government is still saddled with. Gauteng residents never agreed to paying for the e-tolls. Premier Lesuffi and the National Treasury agreed to their e-tolls as some kind of deal to try and wish it away for an election, yet it is the Gauteng residents that have had to foot the bill and will continue to be burdened by a debt that really should lie squarely at the feet of National Treasury. And so, Madam Speaker, as I end off, having said that there's a good side, and it's a big good side, I would like to just indicate that MEC Mahile should consider himself special. Because why? The DA will be supporting budget vote 14. So there you go. And yes, there you go. But future support depends on whether attention is paid to the challenges posed by the growing deficit in the Gauteng Provincial Government. The fact that to date, almost 24 months after its intended launch, there's little progress on that Gauteng-owned bank and the pharmaceutical company, and the issue of the e-tolls should be renegotiated with the National Treasury. Those are our conditions for future support, Madam Deputy Speaker. These things are strangling the Gauteng province from delivering on its mandate of service delivery to its citizens. And I would say this. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury has succeeded very well in compiling a budget. It's a budget that provides the tools to ensure healthcare, quality roads and transport, safety and infrastructure. Mr. Premier, you've been given the tools to do the job. You need to ask, why do cancer patients suffer and have their lifespan cut short due to non-expenditure of cancer treatment? Why do potholes abound? Why do people feel unsafe? And why does our infrastructure fail? But notwithstanding all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be supporting the budget for vote 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Briati. Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted and honoured to debate on the Provincial Department of Finance budget vote, which pushes for a clear target on the province's financial cornerstone to reduce poverty within the limits of our Gauteng city region. This budget aims to address Gauteng residents' fundamental concerns, including unemployment, poverty and hunger, social exclusion and social protection, to ignite economic transformation across the boundaries of Gauteng province. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I deliver this speech, I would want to remember our struggle heroine, Umama Gertrude Shope Saparangwe, who passed on the 22nd of May 2025. We remember her as one of the most prominent ambassadors of our people's liberation struggle, as well as a shining example of continental unity. Indeed, her enormous contribution to the complete emancipation of women in our country and worldwide has left an indelible mark. Honourable members, in this month of July, we are also reminded of a man who has sacrificed his life for the liberation of this country, the father of our nation, the president of the ANC, and the first black president after our democratic breakthrough, Ubabu Nelson Mandela. In his address to the Make Poverty History campaign, convened in London, United Kingdom, on the 3rd of February 2005, President Mandela contended as follows, and as I quote him verbatim, open quote, "Like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. It is man-made and it can be overcome and eradicated by the actions of human beings. And overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right. Oh, okay. I thought, Mr. Speaker, you wanted me to stop. As I continue, it is the protection of fundamental human rights, the right to dignity and a decent life. While poverty persists, there is no true freedom, close quote. Essentially, Madam Deputy Speaker, this implies that the Finance Department's budget vote is a genuine ray of hope to improve the quality of life for notable Gauteng residents and ensure that no one goes through a state of famine. Through this budget, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury seeks to ensure strategic funding of provincial priorities, economic growth, and the aspirations of the National Development Plan. The budget also demonstrates the commitment to fiscal prudence while enabling a responsive financial planning through an efficient program allocation. The following departmental programs will therefore respond positively to the needs and aspirations of the people of Gauteng. Program 1 under administration, the GPT supports key operational functions to enable the department to deliver on its mandate and promote good governance. Over and above making provisions for its internal staff, the department also makes bursaries available to residents of Gauteng. It thereby ensures and deepens its commitment to inclusivity and a positive social upliftment and impact. In terms of sustainable fiscal resource management, the budget also makes provisions for own revenue enhancement initiatives, which underscores the department's commitment to long-term, oh man, I don't know what's happening to my, sorry, I don't know what happened now.
Take your time.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. So these iPads decide to upload themselves. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it also makes provision for own revenue enhancement initiatives, which underscored the department's commitment to long-term financial sustainability in the province. It is through such initiatives that other functions that the department seeks to support GPG departments to achieve their mandates. In terms of financial governance, the GPT makes provision to support functions that lay the foundation for greater accountability through Program 3, which is anchored in the prescripts of the PFMA. In terms of the provincial supply chain management, through its allocations, the department seeks to promote transparency, accountability, and an inclusive economic growth. In terms of municipal financial governance, the department makes provision that enable it to support municipalities and ensure compliance with the MFA. Therefore, the department's budget, though modest, reflects the intent to ensure that plans are adequately resourced and actionable. This can be seen in the continuous focus on high-growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking transformation, modernization, and re-industrialization of the different corridors and districts of our Gauteng city region. Our efforts as the ANC-led Gauteng government of provincial unity are also deeply focused on contributing significantly to the growth of the small business sector and creation of desperately needed jobs, as well as executing recommendations from the PAB report that highlight the cost consequence of unfilled vacancies in GPG. We also commend the resilient departmental outcome during its implementation and effective performance phases in this current financial year, which seeks to address enhanced sound finances in the province, increase compliance with legislative prescripts, sustainable local government finances, and reduced youth unemployment and alternative source of funding. At the center of the state-owned bank, essential emphasis areas for this august House to debate are the character and the orientation of the State Bank, which we believe should focus on two key areas of strategic importance, namely compulsory redirection of all the department resources to the bank This will assist the bank in developing internal capacity to provide solid alternative financial services to the people of the city region, both in business and employment, and for sustainable poverty alleviation programs, the deliberate funding of substantial farming projects in the township, hostels and CBDs. MEC Comrade Maile announced that the due diligence report on the State Bank has been finalized and it has been handed over to the Gauteng Provincial Government under the leadership of Gauteng Premier for further processes. Honourable members, it is invested that the state-owned bank will address current market failures and, amongst other things, integrating small, micro and mid-sized business SMMEs and unserved individuals in the formal financial sector. And with a unique value proposition, it will drive a mission of financial inclusion and security. It has tailored products, including launching a streamlined, low-cost transaction product set with value-added features and expanding in future to include loan products. We are therefore convinced that by supporting township entrepreneurs, including the access to tailor-made financing products to expand their businesses, we will create new jobs, increase access to goods and services, and promote much-needed economic development in our communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, the state-owned bank is one of the key mechanisms that can support us to grow the township economy and increase the overall contribution of Gauteng to the country's gross domestic product under the capable leadership of the ANC-led Gauteng government. The proposed solution will also address, amongst others, institutional arrangements, supply chain management, medicine procurement, distribution of medicines to the provincial healthcare facilities, medicines inventory and dispensary to the members of the public. Lastly, the department must provide independent, objective assurance and consultative services that add value to the operations of GPG institutions through a systematic evaluation of government risk management and control to enhance and protect organizational values. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government of provincial unity acknowledges the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight role, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Gauteng provincial departments during the process of implementation of budget votes. Madam Speaker, while poverty persists, we will win the battle for economic and financial freedom to liberate the people of Gauteng by creating job opportunities and revitalizing township development as a first priority in addressing the 13 challenges identified during the ANC provincial Lekgotla. We feel that with this tangible budget vote by the Finance Department, the 13 problems we outlined will be a thing of the past. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ANC is therefore endorsing this budget vote for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable, let me say thank
you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think we must firstly start by thanking members for participating in the debate. And then we should, because I know it might be confusing for some members, I got that sense of confusion from Honourable Makwala when he was speaking, because you see there's Treasury, the Department of Treasury, and there's the Department of Economic Development. So I'm the MEC for Finance and Economic Development, but these are two different entities. That's why their budget votes are separate. And that's why in the next budget, we will be talking economics, everything economics, including the issue that is talking about of the 2% economic growth. You will remember that in the budget speech, we said that we would want to get to 3%, as the President has announced. But this is a realistic forecast. It's not based on our wishes. This is based on the work that is done by the Reserve Bank and other, including National Treasury. So I think that's what is important. And that's why the honourable member is debating the Department of Health, the budget. So this budget is just to enable Treasury to be able to execute its responsibilities as Treasury. It's not funding. The budget speech, which is done at the beginning of the year, I stand there normally, because then I speak about the budget of the province. So I think it's important that as we we also educate each other as colleagues, so that there shouldn't be a confusion. The issue of revenue, it will be interesting, and we would like to have that discussion with the honourable member, because if you look at our revenue generation trajectory, before COVID-19, it has been doing well, and COVID-19 came. But there were other objective issues, especially in gambling, Honourable Muriat. We have not introduced the mobile or electronic gambling as a province. Western Cape has. And by the way, Western Cape and Mpumalanga are only excelling in terms of gambling revenue. There is nobody who comes after us on revenue generation. You can check your numbers. We are too big to be competing with Western Cape, with KZN. And that's why on the 5th of August, we are hosting our colleague from Western Cape, MEC Barman, to exchange ideas. She's coming here. We'll be hosting her at the Gauteng. She's coming here because she wants to learn how we do a whole range of things, how we manage our resources, despite the fact that we've got a huge debt. And you'll remember, I said that our budget in the next 5 years is less by 50 billion, but we are still able to finance education, we are still able to finance health, we are still able to finance social development, and we have no deficit, which demonstrates the capability, the skills, and the knowledge that we have in Treasury. So I'm glad that you have taken a sober decision to support this budget, because why else will you not support such an efficient instrument in the state to help deal with the challenges that were there? So we thank you for your support. And then on the issue of the State Bank and the pharmaceutical, we are done, Honourable Member. And as we were doing the work, there were discoveries. And one of those is that if we were to be what is called a shareholder of choice, meaning if we were to own 15% of the bank, every time the bank needs to be recapitalized, the shareholder of choice would have to do that. Do we want to do that? No, definitely not, because it means we will be taking money from education and from all that. Do we still want to own a state bank? Yes, we do. But now the issue is, how do we participate? Because it's important that we are in the table. And that's why one of the things we're doing is to look at the existing banks, to negotiate with them and see how. But the report is there, it's done. The pharmaceutical, you're talking about a finance model and all that. We spend a lot of money buying just our own medication in the Department of Health. So that's the base. Those are a lot of resources, which we're saying, let's coordinate them better and make sure that we use them as a base. And we need to get people who've got the skills, who've got the systems, who've got the money as well. And then, so this will be a partnership. So state ownership does not mean that we can't engage with the private sector, especially people who've got capacity to help us, because we want to fail and we want to succeed. And by the way, there's Gauteng. If you look at one of the successful government-owned entities is there in Gauteng, and we can go on and on. So it's not true that everything government fails. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote number 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Member Dumelang. I think I'm told it's Member Alberts. Huh? Okay, Member Alberts. Is he online?
Yes, thank you, Acting Speaker. I'm here. Acting Speaker, MEC Mahile, honourable members and ladies and gentlemen. I, the Chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, present the report of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2025 as follows. executive summary. Kindly note that those parts of the report not read to be considered as duly read. The 2025 financial year budget report is tabled in the second calendar year of the 7th administration, and the budget allocated for the Department of Economic Development in the current financial year is 1,712.5 billion rand. In the current financial year, the committee noted that the allocation has increased by an amount of 39.8 million, which translates to a 2.38% increase. It is noted by the committee that the Gauteng Growth Development Agency, GGDA, continues to be allocated the largest share of transfers with an amount of 528 million rand, and followed by the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, GEP, with an amount of 190.6 million, which is a decrease from the 221.3, which was allocated in the previous financial year. The Gauteng Tourism Authority, GTA, is allocated an amount of 112.5 million. Similarly to the previous financial year, the committee noted that the Trade and Sector Development Programme is allocated the greatest share of the budget. The second largest share of the appropriation is allocated to the Integrated Economic Development Services, and followed by the Economic Planning Programme and the Administration Programme. The least funded programme is the Business and Regulation and Governance Programme. The decreased allocation transferred to the Gauteng Tourism Agency remains a concern for the committee, owing to the challenges that the entity is facing relating to the refurbishment and operationalization of the Garankuwa Hotel School, including marketing the province as a destination of choice. The inability by the department to fill vacant positions and implement the new organizational structure, noting that it has been approved in the department, continues to concern the committee, and thus the committee reiterates the need to fill all vacant positions. In optimizing the work of the department and that of the GEP, the committee is of the view that the funding that has been allocated by the department, to the department, including the funds that have been leveraged on, should be used optimally in supporting SMMEs. Thus, it is important for the committee to gain a better understanding of the funds that have been leveraged on. The committee is of the view that the projects and programs that are meant to support the Township Economic Development Act, or TEDA, should be supported adequately so as to attain all objectives of the Act. While supporting these programs, the committee should also be able to appraise on the funding allocated to each of the programs, including indicating the status of each of the projects and its impact on the community as the programs are being implemented. The committee continues to implore the department to ensure that all economic infrastructure projects are completed. These include all industrial parks that have been planned to be completed and operationalized in the current financial year. Despite that budget allocation, job creation is key, and thus the committee is of the view and also implores the department to focus on job creation initiatives for the current financial year through the department and its entities based on the allocated budget. Reports on the number of jobs intended to be facilitated in the current financial year should be submitted to the committee, and these jobs should be in all sectors of the economy. The stakeholders raised concerns that the department should be more visible within their community, noting that the department has not engaged with the department for a lengthy period of time, therefore leaving stakeholders feeling neglected by the department. Major points of concern: the committee is concerned about one, transfer to entities. The transfer allocation accorded to the Gauteng Tourism Agency, including the inconsistent reports emanating from the GTA on its ability to market Gauteng as a destination of choice. 2, concerns about the GTA's ability to ensure that the Garankuwa Hotel School is operational owing to the decline in transfer to the entity. And 3, the ability by the GGDA to utilize the budget allocated to the entity in supporting the EKC Lab program. On Program 1, concerns are the inability by the department to fill vacant positions and implement the new organizational structure. In Program 2, GEP's inability to utilize the increased allocation of 100 million rand to support SMMEs adequately. 2, the inability by the GEP to indicate the funds recovered from the funds disbursed through loans. And 3, on Program 2, a lack of a detailed breakdown of the budget linked to the implementation of the Gauteng Economic Development Act. In Program 3, first, the lack of funding or budget allocations for the Trade and Investment Promotion sub-program, as it's not funded at all in the current financial year, including the outer years of the MTEF. This is despite the work that is undertaken by the Gauteng Investment Centre in soliciting investments. And 2, the department's inability to either complete or give an update on economic infrastructure projects. Program 4, The inability by the department to employ liquor inspectors in an effort to combat the illegal sale of alcohol, including closing illegal liquor establishment. In Programme 5, the utilisation of external service providers to develop policies related to the Gauteng Tourism Master Plan, the Gauteng MSME Development Strategy, and the Gauteng Business Enabling Environmental Study. Overall concerns are the discrepancy between the spending and or allocation of the budget to programs, whilst planned targets are set low and sometimes are not met, thus highlighting that targets are not set on an appropriate level. And two, on overall concerns, the low number of the plans related to jobs scheduled to be created in the current financial year and going forward. Recommendations by the committee. All responses to recommendations highlighted below should be submitted by the 29th of August 2025 unless otherwise indicated. So, on transfer of two entities, the GTA should submit a detailed report outlining how the identified approach of bidding strategies by integrating enhanced data analytics and comprehensive market research would ensure that the province is placed as a destination of choice. And two, the report should also detail the achievements of the strategies employed thus far, considering the number of jobs created and the revenue spin-off gained. And three, the GTA should furnish the committee with a report on the financial needs analysis, which will allow the entity to function optimally and further clarify the inconsistent reporting related to whether the entity requires an increased allocation or not. And then the department should submit a report on the measures to ensure that the Garankuwa Hotel School is functional post its refurbishment, noting the commitments made by the department to have the school so refurbished. The department should submit a report on how the GGDA will ensure that the budget allocated to the entity in the current financial year and going forward be utilised in enhancing and scaling up the ICASI lab program to be a quality program and have more reach overall. In Programme 1 recommendation, the department should submit a report on available funds that were saved as reported by the department, which are intended to be utilised to fill vacant posts. Furthermore, the department should ensure that by the end of the second quarter of the 25-26 financial year, the prioritised vacant positions should actually be filled. Programme 2, the department should detail comprehensively its plan to support SMMEs within the current financial year in line with the APP. And two, in addition, in the 2025 budget book, the department highlights the fact that in the 21-22 financial year, GP received an allocation of 250 million rand specifically for the SMME support project, part of the economic recovery intervention during the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds, as informed by the department, were meant to be leveraged on, and therefore a report should be submitted on the status of those leveraged funds, including the number of jobs created and the number of businesses supported, including a breakdown of the funds that were leveraged from the 21-22 financial year to date. The department should also detail how the processes of leveraging funds actually function. The department should submit a detailed breakdown of funds allocated for projects or programs that are said to be implemented by TIDA. And GP should submit to the committee its loan book, highlighting the funds that have been recovered from loans that were dispersed by the entity. In Programme 3 recommendation, the department should with the understanding that the Gauteng Investment Centre is at the centre of soliciting investments in the province, submit a report to the committee on the rationale for not funding the Trade and Investment Promotion sub-program in the current financial year, including the outer years of the MTF. The department should give a status on all economic infrastructure projects under the program, namely the Biopark Phase 3, Vaal SEZ, West Rand SEZ, and Visitor Centre at the Constitutional Hill. Furthermore, the department should also outline the value for money realised from the existing industrial hubs in the province. Programme 4. The Gauteng Liquor Board should continue with the eradication of illegal establishments selling alcohol, including continuing to work closely with law enforcement in ensuring that the production of illegal alcohol is also halted. In Programme 5, the department and entities should be at the forefront of developing their policies internally as they would be tailor-made to suit and align with their priorities, drawing from their expertise. And then general recommendations. The department should submit a report outlining the rationale for having discrepancies between the spending and or allocation of the budget to programs whilst planning targets are set low, remain the same in some instances and are not met at times. And two, the department should submit a report on the planning around the targets related to job creation in the current financial year. This is noting that the number of the jobs number of jobs targeted in the current financial year remains low in the view of the committee.
Member
The department should
Alberts,
also focus.
Member Alberts, as you
Yes.
conclude, your time is up. Conclude.
Yes,
Make the
that's my last
recommendation.
recommendation. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Last one. The department should focus on job creation initiatives for the current financial year through the department and entities based on the allocated budget. And I would like to thank all the members of my committee and the team who worked with me, the personnel, for their hard work and commitment to assist Gauteng to become a winning province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Alberts. Is there a seconder? Member Moriarty?
Member Mfikwe, Chair.
Sorry?
Member
I'd like to
Mfikwe.
second the report.
Oh, Member Mfikwe.
I second the report, Chair. Thank you very much.
The second from Rwanda.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we thank you. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Not in favor say no. The yeas have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 10th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote number 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
MEC Maile,
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, the Acting HOD, senior managers of the department, the chairpersons of our boards who are here, and ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, it is an honor and a privilege to stand before you in this August House on this occasion of the tabling of the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. We are gathered here today during Mandela Month, an important time in South Africa's national calendar that calls on each of us to reflect on the enduring legacy of Tata Nelson Mandela. This is a month of action, a moment where we recommit ourselves to the values of justice, compassion, and service. It is in this spirit that we table this budget vote, not merely as an accounting of rents and cents, but as a commitment to economic justice, inclusion, and transformation, guided by the principles Madiba stood for. We are called to be bold, to lead with integrity, and to build a province that works for all, especially the poor, the unemployed, and the marginalized. The medium-term development plan was formally accepted by the Executive Council on the 14th of May 2025. The MTDP is more than just a policy document. It is a bold and high-level strategic blueprint that charts the course for the 7th administration led by the Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi. It aligns closely with the national MTDP and outlines the priorities we must pursue to place our province and our country on a trajectory towards achieving Vision 2030 aspirations. At its core, the provincial MTDP sets ambitious yet attainable targets across key priority areas. It articulates the outcomes we seek to achieve and defines the indicators that we will closely monitor to track progress. In doing so, it ensures a strong result orientation and an unwavering focus on delivery. In aligning with the MTDP, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development has developed a comprehensive 5-year strategy and an annual performance plan. These strategic frameworks are anchored on 3 overarching strategic priorities of the province. Provincial MTDP. These priorities are 1, driving inclusive growth and job creation, 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, 3, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Given the department's mandate, it is both natural and necessary for DED to lead decisively on first strategic priority of driving inclusive growth and job creation. To give practical expression to this mandate, the department has identified 8 key focus areas that will serve as pillars for implementation. And these key areas, Honorable Muriati, it's firstly revenue enhancement, 2, it's economic infrastructure, 3 is SMME and cooperative support, Structural transformation of the economy, it's number 4. Building a capable state is number 5. Township economy, it's number 6. Reindustrialization, number 7. Research and development, number 8. Gauteng, the economic engine of South Africa, has faced persistent and interlinked challenges over the past decade, including sluggish economic growth, coupled with increasing population, high unemployment levels, decreasing investment, and persistent inequality. However, Honorable Muriati, between 2014 and 2024, Gauteng's economy is estimated to have grown by 8%, from 1.313 trillion in 2024 to 1.419 trillion in 2025. In 2024, from 2014 to 2024. Averaging just 0.8 annually. Conversely, the population of the province is estimated to have grown by 25% during the same period, averaging a growth rate of 2.3% annually. So Gauteng's sluggish economic growth has been compounded by unreliable energy supply, weakening investor confidence, and lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic. So these are not excuses, they're objective factors. Unemployment remains our most urgent socio-economic crisis. In Q1 of 2025, Gauteng's unemployment rate stood at 34.7%, slightly above the national average of 32.9%. Youth unemployment in Gauteng at 48.4% is also slightly above the national average of 46.1%. So critical sectors in the province have borne the brunt of the devastating COVID-19 pandemic that decimated national economies globally. While manufacturing and construction continue to decline, manufacturing and construction sectors are crucial employers of our low-skilled workforce cohort. Construction output remains below 22% pre-COVID-19 levels, and manufacturing is also not adequately recovered. Fixed investment, a critical tool needed for job creation and economic growth, is estimated to have declined by 17.8% in Gauteng between 2014 and 2024. This downward trend continues to hamper construction, activity, and infrastructure development. The implications for employment creation are significant as investing in fixed assets create new jobs. I will skip this one. You'll read. It's very important that you read this one, honorable members. But I'll skip that. The following are 8 areas, as I've said. Revenue, we are just giving details there in terms of what we are going to do on economic infrastructure. We are talking about all the SCZs that we will be dealing with: the Vale SCZ, the Lanseria High Tech, the West Rand SCZ, Ora Tambo SCZ, and we're giving you statistics that you will find in the APP, and you should be able to track them and hold us accountable. And on SMMEs as well, we're putting figures there, about 2,040 SMMEs that we want to empower this year. And then the structural transformation of the economy, there's quite a lot of work we have to do there. Not easy to measure it in the immediate, but it takes a bit of time. The areas of building a capable state, that's why we are appointing people who are qualified in the boards, in our entities. We appoint CEOs, senior managers who are qualified, and we've also strengthened our checks and balances. And then on reindustrialization, you would have seen there's work we are doing with various industries. We were in Babeleki last week. Next week we'll be meeting people of the tiles industry, because there are specific issues we want to deal with, because what we want to do is to be disciplined and be systematic in how we deal with the issues of the economy, so that we are not all over. And then there's research. We'll be spending a lot of resources there. And then we have given the integrated economic development services about 289.5 million. And those who are in the committee, you know what it does with that money. Then we've allocated business regulation and governance about 134.2 million. Your favorite item, liquor, Member Muriati, I saw you commenting there. And we will definitely like to engage you because I think you are just off the mark and you are just being populist when you are commenting there, but it's expected. So the proposed allocation for programs of the departments includes allocation for entities which constitute 1.26 billion of the total budget. Remember, this budget is not a lot. It's a 1.7 because it's a facilitative budget. I know some people might say it's more to creating jobs and all that. Job creation is mainstreamed throughout the departments. We coordinate and we facilitate. That's the responsibility of the department. There might be projects that we are implementing like the SEZ, which we continue to do. And then tourism, we give them 100.5 million. GP, we give them 289.5 million. Gambling board, 446 million. Liquor board, 79.6 million. Tshwane automotive TASES, 122.5 million. So together, these institutions form the backbone of our economic delivery system, each playing a critical role in shaping transformed, inclusive, and globally competitive Gauteng. It is for this reason that the said agencies receive Honorable Muriati, and this is not a mistake. 74% of the Department of Economic Development budget, or about 1.26 billion of the total budget of 1.7 billion. Thank you very much. This is another one that you must support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maile. Is there any member want to make a remark? Okay, we'll pass. Will the Secretary please read the 11th order? I was fast tracking the debate. Now, okay, it's Member Sharif. Sorry, Member Sharif, I nearly cut you off.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable members, today we are asked to approve 1.7 billion rand for the Department of Economic Development. A budget bloated with recycled promises, symbolic gestures, and no real economic reform. It's a continuation of the ANC's habit of governing through PowerPoint presentations. While Gauteng's youth unemployment climbs, townships suffer and economic growth stagnates. This budget is not a credible plan to fix Gauteng's economy. The department consistently underperforms. Its entities fail to demonstrate return on investment, deliver jobs, or grow the township economy. Youth unemployment remains in crisis. Township businesses are excluded from procurement and remain locked out of opportunity. Economic growth is barely keeping up with inflation, and this budget does nothing to change that. Take the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, now receiving an extra 100 million. Yet we see no new job targets and no commitment to scale township procurement beyond a pitiful 1%. After years of TIDA slogans and so-called revitalization, 1% is the best that they can do. MEC, you talk about empowering the township economy. You can try and convince us that you are making strides, but the facts betray you. Either you and the rest of the executive don't care, or you have no real credible ideas to actually make it work. TIDA is allocated 40 million for vague, non-financial support, with no targets and no delivery model. It's giving more money for consultants and less opportunities. The Youth Accelerator program remains capped at 100 placements until 2028. That's insulting in a province where over 2 million youth are unemployed. This isn't leadership. It's laughing in the face of young people desperate for opportunity. The DA believes that this must be scaled up to make any difference. The GGDA is handed over 800 million, yet there is no transparency on jobs created, no cost per job analysis. It's spending money with nothing to show for it. And now the department promises 6 new industrial parks, while failing to manage those that already exist. No locations, no timelines, no occupancy plans, just another vague headline. We don't even know if the previous revitalized parks even created a single full-time job. The DA cannot support this budget. We will not fund failure. The DA believes, 1, Every public rand spent must deliver measurable economic outcomes. 2, transparency must be non-negotiable. 3, township SMMEs must access markets meaningfully. 4, industrial parks must be reimagined to be business-led. And lastly, that JEP grants and loans must be tied to impacts and results. People of Gauteng, where the DA governs, we deliver more jobs, more growth, more infrastructure and better governance. House Chair, this budget is a failure. It ignores the urgency of our economic crisis and betrays the people of Gauteng who are tired of promises and desperate for opportunity. To the people of Gauteng, you have a choice. Keep pouring billions into patronage politics, or choose a party with a real plan to build business, create jobs, and grow the economy. The ANC has shown that it can't. The DA has proven that we can. I thank you.
Yeah.
Member Ngubeni.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I think this department is very important.
I think it's myself.
Oh. Okay.
Huh? You will come after, don't rush.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, the type.
Member Ngubeni, EFF.
Okay, greetings, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier, honorable members of the House, and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we are here today to discuss a budget that we are uncertain of. We are concerned because this province, much like country under the leadership of the ruling party, has been unable to respond to the economic genocide taking place across South Africa, where the ruling party has been unable to provide solid alternatives to the threat that is U.S. political and economic unilateralism. As we speak, Deputy Speaker, after hosting the Gauteng Investment Summit, it is clear that Gauteng, which just in previous year alone received foreign direct investment in excess of 50 billion from American-based companies, may have very well sold its soul to the highest bidder. But before we go any further, Deputy Chair of Chairs, let us put a few things into perspective. The economic freedom fighters reject vehemently the notion that any government, whether local, provincial, or otherwise, can drive its economy forward through investment and advanced levels of begging. The only way state can create sustainable, decent jobs for its people is through robust and rugged industrialization, ownership of the land, and establishment of a strong, capable, and capacitated state. It is reported that between 72% and 80% of Gauteng's population resides in the townships. And while the idea of township economy sounds fancy, radical, and convincing, more than 70% of goods and services in the township are consumed and provided by markets outside of that economy. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the training of few entrepreneurs, the basic skilling of a handful of township youth, and 30% preferential treatment for women-owned businesses in the smallest available contract is not economic empowerment. As we speak, the Department of Economic Development, through this budget report, has stated that 2 million is funds allocated to expanded public works program workers has now been cut. In fact, it is this very budget report that states that the department did not report on the number of jobs intended to be facilitated in the current financial year. Not because there will not be any job, but because deep down, even they are tired of calling any part-time arrangement that lasts anywhere between 6 hours and 6 months a job. It is worth noting that the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, the least performing of all GDED's entities, also encompasses the almost all of the flagship programs that the Department of Economic Development is so notorious for bragging about. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller is the overarching body over the Township Enterprise Fund, the Township Enterprise Partnership Fund, Kasim Noto, and the Township Growth Fund. Yet it is this flagship body whose budget allocation has been reduced on top of the 100 million that remains unutilized in support of SMEs. But Deputy Chair of Chairs, let us perhaps focus on the phenomenon of the Gauteng Investment Summit, the Trade and Industry Sub-Program titled Trade and Investment Promotion, which oversees the Gauteng Investment Center, that is responsible for lobbying investment into the province, is not funded for this financial year, despite the recent hosting of the Gauteng Investment Summit, which saw investment commitments of over 300 billion. We know from experience, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that a decrease in funding is often followed by a decrease in checks and balances and general decrease in accountability. It worries us that the same pattern is carried over into Program 4 of the department.
As you conclude, member, I've given you 30
yes,
extra
business
seconds.
regulation and governance. It is truly a coincidence. Is it truly coincidence, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the province amasses over 300 billion in foreign investment, and in the same year, two important tools of both attracting and of monitoring investments are underfunded or completely defunded?
Thank you, Member Ngobeni. Member Mahlabe. Member Mahlabe. Okay, Member Mahlabe is saving us time. Member Ngobeni from Action SA.
No, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. As I was saying, so the department achieved an expenditure rate of 98.7% in the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025, and they've received a budget increase of 2.38% in this vote. But I think what Member Shariz was saying is that the return on investment on all these expenditures is what we want to see. We take the view, Speaker, that spending must be tied to tangible impact. Projects like Biopark Phase 3, Constitutional Hill, the Val SEZ continue to face delays. In fact, these projects began under the previous administration and remain incomplete. So we are saying these delays don't just reflect inefficiency, they reflect missed opportunities for job creation and for economic transformation. We do welcome the 100 million injection to JEP. I think it's commendable. But in practice, we see persistent underspending, lapsing grants, and a worrying inability to disperse support to small businesses timeously. What we are asking MEC is that we must be able to have a data that will be able to show us the survival rate of supported businesses, and we must be able to see where are they in terms of their sustained employment of young people on the ground. Furthermore, while the department reports 18,000 jobs facilitated in the quarter, there's no clarity on how many of these are sustainable or directly linked to departmental intervention. This lack of disintegration undermines accountability. So what we are saying, MEC, in short, is that this budget should not be a rubber stamp for plans unfulfilled. It should be a call to action, to govern with discipline, to deliver with urgency, and to ensure that economic transformation is not just spoken, but is seen. We want to see outcome-based budgeting. That means every rand allocated to SMEs who are supported in townships and so forth must be tracked against real-world outcomes, jobs created, business supported, and infrastructure completed. We want to see completion deadlines with penalties, particularly for a project like Biopark Phase 3, the Constitutional Hill project. They must be tied to strict completion milestones with consequences for further delays. That in itself will assist us to be able to ensure that this budget gets to be impactful on the ground. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Member Ngubeni. Member Ali had submitted an apology that she's not feeling well. We'll then go to Member Moriarty.
Mr. Presiding Officer, Bill Clinton once said the essential question in politics is compared to what? So when the Honourable MEC cites figures and he quotes circumstances, one really needs to compare it to something else and not see us in isolation. He indicated the sluggish economy and he blamed part of it on COVID, but I want to point out to him that it wasn't every country in the world that suffered its economy contracted because of COVID. There's various countries that survived and actually thrived in spite of COVID, including South Korea, Taiwan, and surprisingly Bangladesh. But when it talks about Bangladesh, it says that what it did was it exploited the resilience of its export-orientated sectors, especially textiles. So what we don't do enough is actually focus on what we can sell to the rest of the world and the rest of the country, and that's what the Honourable MEC should consider. The budget allocated to the Gauteng Department of Economic Development is very generous at 1.7 billion. Indeed, that figure is excessive when you consider how much successful economic development departments really ought to be, how you run them. It raises serious questions about the effectiveness and appropriateness of this budget. The 1.7 billion is far more required to be a facilitator of economic growth. And in this regard, I agree with the Honourable MEC when he says, well, actually 1.2 billion of his 1.7 billion is spent on agencies. Now, what do these agencies do? Well, amongst us in the committee, we have considered that if you close down these agencies, no one would notice. The same jobs would be created, the same pace of the GDP would be there. These agencies are actually not assisting in what we're supposed to be doing. So what the department and the entities do is paying lip service to the overall economic outcomes required to curb unemployment, and you need growth because jobs come through stimulating growth. The success formula the world over is less government and more private sector. The core functions of our economic development department should revolve around rigorous economic research, doesn't require the agencies, informed policy inputs into cabinet, doesn't require the agencies, supporting infrastructure and operational spending with economic device, which is exactly what you said, Honourable MEC. This is what you said. It's about the whole of government and not just this one particular department. Contributing to development planning, monitoring and evaluating economic indicators, consulting with industry experts and stakeholders. Let's find out what the clever people do. Attracting and facilitating economic investment. Now here, you've got this investment contract, and you get lots and lots of pledges. You talk to us about the pledges, but really pledges are just not good enough. They have to be converted into real money in the bank. Instead, this department is preoccupied with intervening in a way that, quite frankly, does not deliver on promises to grow the economy or create jobs. Alarmingly, the budget increases spending on the agencies, but the targets for those agencies have remained the same. Why do you provide them more, but you don't require them to do more? The interventions are not working. Unemployment in our province increased to nearly 40%. The economy grew by a measly 1.1%. And in your figures, Honourable MEC, you confirmed that. We just got poorer because our population grew faster than the growth of the economy. We all got poorer, including you, Honourable MEC, believe it or not. The budget misallocates resources. This is not just a matter of inefficiency. When you misallocate your resources, you open the door to corruption. Large sums spent on poorly conceived projects with doubtful outcomes increases the risk of funds misspent. So, Honourable Speaker, given that this money could have been reprioritized, given that we don't get the outcomes, the DA cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moriarty. Member Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon and greetings to our Premier, MECs, honourable members, and Gauteng residents. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we're debating the budget in the context of a very complex global and local economic landscape, yet grounded in our unwavering commitment to reignite Gauteng's economic engine and unlock opportunities for all our citizens, especially those in the historically marginal sector for our society. As we consider this vital budget of the Economic Development Department, let us remember a fundamental truth. True economic development is not merely allocation of resources, but the planting of seeds in fertile ground. Seeds of opportunity for the many, nurtured by investments today, so that may thrive in the shade of prosperity we dare to cultivate. This budget, Deputy Chair of Chair, is not just an allocation of funds. It is a strategic investment in the future of Gauteng. It is a reflection of our resolute pledge to accelerate inclusive growth, deal with the growing state of unemployment and inequality, and build an equitable, competitive, as well as transformed economy. Guided by the imperatives of the 7th administration, the National Development Plan, and the imperative for a fundamental economic transformation, proposals for this year are tailored to drive sustainable job creation, elevate SMMEs and cooperatives, reignite our townships and informal economy, and harness innovation for a modern, green, and connected Gauteng. We are in full support of this economic development budget, a robust plan that brings the vision articulated in both Premier Lesotho's State of the Province address and the President's State of the Nation address to tangible and life-changing investments. Guided by the January 8th movement's unwavering commitment for radical socio-economic transformation, job creation, as well as inclusive sustainable growth, this budget is a resolute instrument to propel Gauteng towards being the undisputed powerhouse of South Africa's prosperity. Honourable members, the Gauteng government of provincial unity led by the ANC is steadfast in its resolve to provide outstanding services to the people of our province, both during and after the current fiscal year. This will be achieved by paying most attention on the following economic priorities: job creation and tackling unemployment, energy security and infrastructure resilience, industrialization and investment, township and informal economy revitalization, future-oriented growth. Deputy Chair of Chair, we endorse the significant commitments reflected in these budgetary allocations to the department. We welcome the injection of funds designated to spur our province's economic growth, economic engine. That is our SMMEs. Specifically, the injection will be used directly to augment the current baseline allocation for our SMME loan funding support program. In effect, crafting powerful, much needed access to capital for our entrepreneurs. In recognition of the imperative of effective implementation and targeted assistance, additional funds to be allocated to assist the department itself to underpin it with the tools necessary to realize ambitious targets for SME growth and development. This budgetary allocation is a clear and tangible commitment to unleash the vast potential within our SMME economy to stimulate job creation and to spur inclusive growth across our province. We want to reflect on the milestones quickly that the ANC-led government of provincial unity realizes that sustainable growth is based on strategic industrialization. The breathtaking success of the Tshwane Tassets, a pilot project already producing 26 billion in investment and over 8,000 jobs, is evident of this policy. The budget provision provides the critical fuel that the Tassets phase 2 expansion needs. This 6.1 billion investment will create a further 6,150 sustainable jobs, 4,000 during construction, and 2,150 permanent high skills jobs will be created in this manufacturing hub. Aligned with President Ramaphosa's SONA 2025 vision of an energy secure future as the building block for economic growth, this budget confronts our energy restrictions. We are indeed proud and appreciate that the department is making significant strides towards the 2,000 megawatts target through a diversified energy mix investment. We're seeing investments in the Mirafong 800 megawatt solar power, 212 megawatt waste-to-energy power plant across our metros, as well as groundbreaking rejuvenation and upgrade of the Kelvin power station, which is going into gas and targeting to give us 600 megawatts. These are central pillars to the plan of an energy-efficient province. These allocations moves this project from commitments to concrete reality, providing reliable, secure power needed for factories to operate at maximum capacity, businesses to thrive, and families to live with dignity. True to the ANC's commitments, Deputy Chair of Chairs, on township revitalization and grassroots economic empowerment, the budget celebrates the outstanding success stories unfolding in our communities. We have seen that bakeries in our township are making 22,000 loaves of bread per day in El Dorado Park, Ducom's Rest, and Westbury. And this is encouraging examples of local interest in taking hold. This budget provides direct support to scale these initiatives, expanding manufacturing capacity, ensuring quality, and establishing distribution networks to place these bread on the tables of our schools, hospitals, and neighborhood shops. This is about establishing self-sustainable local economies, creating jobs where people live, and entrepreneurship, an aspect that addresses the special injustices of the past and achieve the SOPA's vision of thriving township economies. Moreover, the budget invests in positioning Gauteng as a gateway to the continent's logistics and trade, a vision reiterated strongly in the SONA 2025 of our president, which focuses on infrastructure-driven growth and alongside the regional integration. This allocation, Deputy Chair of Chairs, links our budget to the Department Source of Authority as per Constitution Section 114 and 195, as well as the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy and the provincial legislation as contained in the Gauteng Economic Development Act, which demonstrate that each of the main budgetary spending, township renewal, energy security, SMME development, or skills development, precisely finds a particular legally required area of the department's core mandate. Critically, the budget as tabled by the MEC operation in the operating plan is an operation plan to achieve its mandate and subject the review and oversight by the Committee on Public Accountability. Finally, concrete performance measures will be used, referencing past success and future targets for such outputs as job created, investment generated, SMEs supported, to show how the budget enables the actual service delivery on the department's mandate responsibilities. The ANC-led government of the provincial unity acknowledges the challenges that confront the department, and we are alive to those challenges. Instead, Chair of Chairs, when we go to where other people are saying they are doing better, the people of Kapa do not necessarily benefit, comparatively speaking, to the people of Cape Town, where they govern better. Despite these setbacks, Chair of Chairs, Gauteng Department of Economic Development remains committed to advancing the legitimate struggle for economic empowerment in order to alleviate poverty and improve our social economic conditions of Gauteng city areas. In conclusion, the economic development budget is far more than a fiscal budget. It is a thought-out vision of investment in Gauteng's future. It funds the industrial hubs that will employ our people, the energy project that will fuel our progress, township enterprises that will build community wealth through the transport corridors that will provide us with access to markets. It is a budget squarely focused on the priorities that are set out in SOPA 2025 by our Premier and parallel to the National Economic Recovery Path chartered in the SONA 2025. We commend the MEC, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for a budget that is bold, change-driven, and laser-focused on delivering tangible results for the people of Gauteng. The ANC fully supports the budget allocations. We remain hopeful that the programs planned and funded will drive us into a truly inclusive, job-rich, and prosperous provincial economy. Chair of Chairs, thank you very much. The ANC supports the budget. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga nathi, Member Mfikwe. I will now allow the MEC to respond to the debate.
Thank you, ANC. Listening to the DA, the two honorable members, I could just conclude that, firstly, Member Sharif is just engaged in polemics. So that's the first, yes. Then Member Moriarty, on deliberate amnesia. Because, when you read the statement, which I read that part that you deliberately left, you chose to read another part, which talks about COVID-19. But you also didn't say that there are other objective and subjective factors. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, you also want to judge this budget of a provincial department on the performance of national government. That's disingenuous. So if you say in the context of the provincial economy. What have we achieved? That's why I started by showing you. And by the way, the reason why there's at least about 8% since 2014 until now, which is not enough. The reason why people come to Gauteng is because the economy is showing signs that are better than other provinces. There's more prospects here in Gauteng. And that's why, Honorable Moriarty, when you go to our schools, every year we've got 50,000 more kids in our schools. In our economy, there's 230,000 people coming here. Unlike what the madam did, remember the madam in the Western Cape at some point wanted to create some borders. We're not doing that. We are working hard as the provincial government to collaborate, and that's why in our economic plan that we will bring to you, we have engaged with neighboring provinces because we are taking a city-region approach. There are provinces like Mpumalanga, like Northwest, Free State, whose economies are interconnected to ours. So there is that appreciation. So that's why I don't want you to just sloganeer, because you are just sloganeering, and you are not able to show how we failed. And that's why, you know, Member Sharif, there's a difference between recycling and consistency. So ANC policies, we don't change our policies depending on who we talk to, unlike you. That's why you always find yourself in trouble, because depending on who you talk to, you support BE, sometimes you don't, and then, so that's why you are confused. We are not confused. We are consistent. So that's the difference between that. And then, you know, Member Muriat, you're talking about you don't want agencies, and then you are going to create jobs. So once you do away with them, already you are losing jobs, firstly. But secondly, those people, I saw that time you tried to take your child's certificate and showed us. Those people are more qualified than you, by the way. They've got skills, those people who are in those agencies. It's not people who are useless. They've got skills, and we are utilizing those skills properly. And that's why we need those skills, and we will be able to ensure that where there are weaknesses, we will be able to turn things around. So you can't just wake up and say, close these things, let them go, and as if you've got, I wonder which ones have you been to? I want to challenge you to go to the AIDC in Tshwane. I want to challenge you to go to the Innovation Hub. I want to challenge you to go to the IDZ. You went to the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. I want to challenge you to go to all those, and you have seen how it's performing. So to try and create an impression that all of them are not performing, there are weaknesses, and we're the first, by the way. And that's why in this quarter, when they present their report, you'll be shocked, because we have been systematic in how we are supporting these agencies. There's been some challenges which are objective and subjective, and we've been dealing with them systematically and in a structured way, because you don't deal with the economy through common sense like you are trying to do. That's why we've got a lot of research that we're doing. That's why even the pledges, we are working with GIPS to convert them. We've got a scientific tool that tells us in Johannesburg, for instance, we've got about $12,000 millionaires. And the question is, how are we going to get them? Where are they? How are we going to engage them? So our work is also informed by science, not by common sense. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Ms. Maile. Will the Secretary please read the 11th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. May the Chairperson, Member Masuku. Okay. Member Masuku, please. Member Masuku, please, we can present the committee report. Member Masuku. Second. Maybe it's called an emergency. You know, Member Masuku is a doctor, so. Okay. Member Masuku, ready? Okay, let's go to the 12th order. Member Masuku will come back. Maybe he's busy with some emergencies.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
I think Member Choko was still drinking tea that side. Let's allow him to be fetched. Dr. Chokwe.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Who's
it's Member Mahlabe.
Member Mahlabe? Yes.
Yes, Chair. No, man, when you called my name earlier, I was online. I just wanted it to be recorded that my debate was withdrawn so that it is on record.
Okay. We will record that you were supposed to have spoken, but you did not. But you were not of your own, or not of your own mistake. It's noted.
Thank you.
We will continue. After here. No, let's wait.
Chair, Member Masuku is on.
Member Masuku, you can come in. We're going back to Member Masuku. Chairperson Masuku, please present the committee report.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chairs of Chairs, to the Speaker and the guests and all the citizens of Gauteng. I'm going to present the report of the committee. Which will cover Q4 oversight. It's just opening. I'm going to request that the House take the parts of the report that are not read as read and make sure that they are able to understand, follow the executive summary, as I will present only the executive summary. The committee report is assessing the Q4 report. The department has achieved % of its service delivery targets in the quarter under review, while its financial expenditure was at 115%. The committee acknowledges the success of the numerous crime prevention initiatives that were carried out in a collaboration with other law enforcement agencies and Gauteng traffic wardens. These operations comprise, amongst others, high-density operations against illegal mining, prevention of infrastructure vandalism, and compliance at second-hand good dealerships as a result of operations. 136 suspects were apprehended and recovery of 171 items, including cars that were used in commissions of crime. The committee also took note of the successes recorded through the A-Wing Support Unit in preventing armed robberies and illegal mining activities, including arrest of house robberies and operations conducted at hijacked premises. Additionally, 41 arrests were affected for the violations such as robbery, possession of stolen vehicle, illegal miners, and possession of explosives. The committee welcomed the installation of dashboard cameras on the Gauteng traffic wardens vehicles and the Gauteng traffic police vehicles. A total of 400 dash cams were installed. According to the department, this resulted in reduction in accidents involving vehicles assigned to both groups of law enforcers, the traffic wardens and the traffic police. And also the better handling of accident claims was actually reported in terms of litigation and third-party claims. The committee further noted the following interventions were carried out in combating the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, and to achieve the goal of Gauteng strategic plan on GBVF. 4,180 GBF clients were supported with various psychosocial support. 700 households were visited across the province by GBVF brigades to empower communities. GOD empowerment programs were conducted as part of GBVF awareness. 79 hot pickets were conducted. 327 GBVF cases were tracked within the criminal justice system, and 9 green doors were rolled out to accommodate communities in remote areas. The committee has raised the following concerns. As concerned, they failed to reach the targets to train 38 officials as drone operators. The department seemed to lack the understanding on how to achieve this target. In relation to the provincial crime stats, Q4 2024 financial year, the overall crime reflected by the broad categories of 17 community-reported crimes recorded a decrease by 8,393 counts in comparison with the same period in 23-24 financial year. This represented 7.9% decrease. The province still contributes the highest, like 26.2% in the national crime statistics. The subcategory of contact crime recorded 3,864 less counts, which marks 8.5% decrease. Murder decreased by 10.8%, and grievous assault because of grievous bodily harm also recorded a decrease by 11.6%. Common assault also decreased by 7.6%. Common robbery decreased by 10.6%, and decreased by 2.1% on recorded under sexual offences was kidnapping, saw a substantial increase by 15.8%. Under crime detected, the ammunition decreased by 11.2%. Drug-related offences increased by 10.3%, with arrest of 5 arrests were made. Some of these successes are achieved through various interventions and operations like Operation Chanela. The committee also welcomed the report of the National Anti-Kidnapping Unit. 88 suspects linked to 62 cases of the kidnapping were arrested and 77 victims were rescued. The department had a total of 15 planned targets for the quarter under review. At the end of the reporting period, 45 targets were achieved, marking 79 targets achievement. Program 1 administration achieved 5 out of the 13 planned targets, marking a 38%. Program 2, out of 26 targets, 25 were achieved. Program 3, traffic management, out of 18 planned targets, 15 were achieved. This also indicates that we have an issue in terms of performance. We also going to talk about what the committee's concerns are and also the recommendations. The concerns are, number one, a high number of vacant positions, slow progress in establishing the permanent provincial integrated command center, the failure to meet the target of trained rail operators, non-achievement of targets on procurement spent on targeted groups, a lack of reporting on the status of curbing road carnage. The committee noted the assessment conducted in relation to police performance. The committee recommends the following. These are the cases that we written up. The recommendation that there must be progress in filling position, a status report in the establishment of the permanent provincial integrated center, a report on the intervention of measures taken to meet the goal of training drone, and a status report on the reduction of the road carnages. And all this must be reported back before the 29th of August. In terms of acknowledgement, we'd like to acknowledge Premier Lusufi and the head of department, Mayor Sisulu, and the team in cooperation when we're assessing the report, and also extend sincere appreciation to Lieutenant General Tomim Tombeni for his effort to reduce crime in the province and for always availing himself to represent and present the crime stats and be accountable to the people of Gauteng. And further, I wish to thank the members of the committee, Mayor Manamela, Honorable Gunene, Honorable Moody, Honorable Evans, Honorable Moloka, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Mulder, Honorable Bosch, and Honorable Sun for their participation in making sure that the department is accountable to the Gauteng citizens. And lastly, acknowledge all the support staff who took part in the assessment of this report. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection 3, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents its oversight report on the 24-25 fourth quarterly report on the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, and also note the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Dokotela Masuku. Is there a seconder?
The Chair of Chairs, I second. Member Moody.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Please read the 12th order, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Dr. Chokwe, PhD. Must separate.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair. Thank you very much. May the House should consider other parts of this report that are not read as read. I, Tlo Chokwe, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby table the committee's report on fourth quarter report of the Gauteng Department of Social Development for the financial year 2025-2026. The National Development Plan, Vision 2030, is the overarching blueprint that continues to guide the medium-term strategic framework from 2019 to 2024, National and Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030, provincial policy priorities of the department. The mandate of the Department of Social Development is broad and a cross-cutting one, and it centers around the provision of social protection services to the vulnerable, to lead government efforts of forging partnership through which vulnerable individuals, groups and communities become capable and self-reliant, participate in their own development. According to the department, 18,677 youth, persons with disability and women and their dependent participated in the welfare work to program, while 376 NPOs were also capacitated. On priority one, the committee acknowledged that the department was able to contribute to two strategic objectives, namely priority one, which is economy, jobs, and infrastructure. On priority one, the committee acknowledged that out of the 10 planned targets, 5 targets were fully achieved, representing 50%. 2 targets illustrated good progress, representing 20%. 2 targets illustrated poor progress, representing 20%. 1 target illustrated very poor progress, representing 10% during the quarter under review. Then 13 targets were fully achieved, representing 68.42%, and 4 targets illustrated good progress representing 21%, and 2 targets illustrated fair progress representing 10.53. During the 2024-2025 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of about 5,800 million. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend around 1,700 million across all programs, which represent 98% of the allocated budget. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, in relation to the expenditure per program, the committee acknowledged that administration, the department managed to spend about 258 million, which represented 100% of the actual amount spent. On program 2, which is social welfare services, the department spent again 258 million, 678 million, which is 100%. And program 3, which is children and family, they spend around 591 million, 766,000, which represent again nearly 99.999. Program 4, which is restorative services, the department managed to spend about 326,528 out of 363,243,000, which is 96%. The last program, which is research and development, they spend about 171 million, which represented about 73%. On the department's achievement with respect to GA, YOD or GOD responsive budget, procurement for the quarter under review, the department acknowledged that on procurement targets that are related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the department managed to spend about 87%. And on women, they spend 44.30%. On youth, they spend around 28.73%. And with people with disability, they spend 0.26%. It was our first year, and we really don't like what we see. Now that we have just passed the other budget for this financial year, I think heads will roll on this 0.26%, Deputy Chair of Chair. The committee further acknowledged that the department reported to have a 99.0 on service providers within 30 days, 99.93 was paid on 15 days, and on township economy, the department reported to have spent around 36.94 during the quarter under review. So the money didn't go to the townships. On our concern, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, the committee is concerned that 97 contracts linked to institutions owned by the department, especially the child and youth care centers, are on a month-to-month agreement with a potential of disrupting the effectiveness and efficiency of services by the department. They are controlled at national and not at the institution. So our concern is that we're having this recommendation, which we are saying, as the department should provide the committee with the cost-benefit analysis over the medium-term expenditure framework if all services that are outsourced in all the CYCC are insourced. We really want to know the answer by the 29th of August 2025. On acknowledgement, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Faith Mazibugu, the acting HOD, Mr. Ngomani. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of this committee, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Nseche, Honorable Mehwe, Honorable Abrams, Honorable Kaba, Honorable More, Honorable Sesedinyani, Honorable Sematla, Honorable Evans, and Honorable Mkwanazi for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberation on the fourth quarter performance report. The committee will also like to thank Ms. Mbalo, Mr. Nwala, Dr. Nweli, Ms. Chikolo, Mr. Moloi, Mr. Ngwenya, Tlevi, Mr. Tulu, Mr. Mkoka on their dedication. After extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the fourth quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for financial year 2024-2025 in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection 3, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tabled the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and the recommendation made in the report. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Member Dr. Chokwe. Dr. Chokwe. Is there a seconder? Member Sasedinyane?
Chair of Chairs. Oh.
Oh, Mentseche. I remove Mentseche.
No.
Member Tseche?
No, rise to second the report, thanks.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Is there a no? Okay, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. Please read the 13th order, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its entities, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Shineman, present the committee report.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I promise to be brief. In the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 24.12% of its budget. The Transport Authority Gauteng spent 34%, whilst Chief Fleet spent 20.89% across all programs. In terms of the expenditure per program, the department transferred 21.5% of the allocated budget to the Gauteng in the quarter under review. The committee noted that the other four programs, namely administration, spent 31%, transport infrastructure spent 25.98%, transport operations spent 23.78%, and transport regulation spent 21.27%. As at the end of the quarter, this is the fourth quarter, the committee noted that the department's remaining budget allocation, which had not been spent, amounted to 0.38% of its total budget for the last financial year, which I think is a great achievement. The Transport Authority Gauteng remaining allocation amounted to 14%, whilst G Fleet's remaining allocation amounted to 15.62%. On the payment of suppliers within 15 to 30 days, the committee noted that the department and entities were able to pay 100% of SMMEs and township businesses within 30 days, whilst 98% of invoices were paid within 15 days. With regards to project management, the committee noted that the department was able to continue with the construction of various road projects, namely the K174 Vaal River Interchange, which is estimated to be at practical completion, the K101 from Olifantsfontein to N1 Brackfontein, which is at 79% completion, and the P122 from the P36/1 Solomon Maklangu Drive, Olifantsfontein, which was estimated to be at 47% completion. Furthermore, the department also continued to monitor 95% of the 1,928 verified subsidized bus fleets with electronic monitoring to improve the reliability of the subsidized bus services to commuters, and this was done through the small monitoring firms. The committee noted that the main areas of non-achievement of annual performance plan targets during the quarter under review were mainly due to termination of contracts for poor performing contractors on the R82 and K31, as well as prolonged supply chain management processes due to capacity issues in the department, and interventions are ongoing for continuation of construction of these two particular roads. On the targets not achieved, the committee noted that the department and entities have adopted several mitigating measures to address non-achievement, and these include continuous internal budget management processes and discussions, as well as the strengthening of the transport infrastructure program, inclusive of online platforms with the capacity to monitor the daily work of contractors as part of the accelerated service delivery program. I now move to the concerns and recommendations. In terms of the committee's concerns, there are two concerns. The first one being with regards to the administration program. The committee is concerned over the continuous failure by the department to achieve the percentage spend on broad-based black economic empowerment compliant
compliant suppliers, the percentage spend on township-owned enterprises, and the operationalisation of the e-service. And the second concern is with regards to the Transport Infrastructure Programme. The committee is concerned over the non-achievement of the rehabilitation of 2 bridges, noting the negative impact on the planned budget, timelines and the intended outcomes of the project. I move to the committee's recommendations, where there are 2, and where we've requested that we be furnished with responses by the 30th of September 2025. 1 being that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the planned interventions and progress thereof on the achievement of the percentage spend on township-owned enterprises and the operationalising of the e-service with eGov. Sorry about that. And then the second one, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress on the appointment of the new contractor for the implementation of planned targets for the 2 bridges. Almost finally, just express appreciation to members of the committee for their commitment during this process, as well as the MEC, the HOD and officials from the department. Also want to express appreciation to the committee support team for their support during this process. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Car Train Management Agency and G Fleet Management 4th Quarterly Performance Report for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schneemann. Is there a seconder? Member Mhlongo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I second.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those who say no? Okay, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. Please read the 15th order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Musai, PhD candidate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I would like to request that items that have not been read be regarded as having been read. Thank you so much. The evaluation of the GPT's 4th quarter performance report of 2024-25 financial year depicts a satisfactory state of affairs, with 36 of the 40 performance targets achieved and 89% of the total appropriated budget spent. The quarterly budget expenditure is slightly lower than the 100% straight line projection. However, it compares favorably with the 90% annual performance plan's achievement. As at the end of the 4th quarter, administration program achieved 5 out of the 6 planned performance targets. The performance targets pertains to payments of suppliers within 30 days after receipt of valid invoices, submission of APP to GPL on due date, approval of a departmental risk register, conducting a workshop and/or training to promote awareness on transformation agenda matters, submitting a report to the Office of the Premier to monitor the implementation of GOD programs. On the other hand, GPT also planned to appoint 50% of women at senior management service level. However, only 48% of women were appointed at SMS level. To mitigate underperformance, the process for appointment is underway and females will be targeted in the SMS positions. Expenditure for this program stood at 120% of the appropriated funds for the period under review and 105% cumulatively, marking the program with the highest expenditure of all programs. Of the 10 performance targets planned under Sustainable Fiscal Revenue Management Program, most performance targets were achieved, with instances of overperformance apart from one performance target. The performance target concerns the appointment of debt collection agency. GPT cited delays in the appointment of a debt collection agency as the rationale for the deviation. To lessen the impact of underperformance, it was reported that procurement process was at the bid evaluation stage and an appointment of debt collection agency would be finalized in the 1st quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. Other performance indicators pertains to ensuring that GPG wage bill is maintained at 60% or less. ensuring that cash disbursements to GPG departments did not exceed the appropriated funds, and tabling a zero in line with prescribed timeframes, publishing an adjustment appropriation gazette, producing 3 consolidated IYM reports for departments in accordance with National Treasury timelines, producing 10 individual IYM reports for entities in accordance with the National Treasury timelines, and reviewing 2 tariff fees. The Financial Governance Programme had 5 performance targets earmarked for this quarter, and all performance targets were achieved, albeit with pockets of overachievement. Similarly, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Programme achieved all 7 performance targets planned for the quarter under review. The Municipal Financial Governance Programme had 8 performance targets, and most of performance targets were achieved with an instance of overachievement, apart from 1. The performance target refers to conducting 29 intergovernmental relations engagements with relevant stakeholders, providing 3 structured and targeted capacity building initiatives to municipalities in Gauteng, and conducting 8 assessments of Municipal Finance Management Act compliance by the delegated municipalities. Of the 4 performance targets planned under Gauteng Audit Service Programme, 3 performance targets were achieved. The performance targets are linked to issuing 9 audit plans to departments and entities approved by the Audit Committee, issuing 19 Audit Committee-approved audit plans to departments and entities, and tracking 100% of internal audit findings as implemented at departments and entities. On the other hand, this program issued 93% of audit reports to departments and entities as opposed to planned 95%. In terms of the constitutional powers given to provincial legislature in Chapter 6, Section 114, Subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, it does outline that the provincial legislature must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all provincial executive organs of the state in the province are accountable to it. So the Speaker formally referred the 4th quarter performance to the Gauteng and its components, Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency for the 2024-25 to the Finance Portfolio Committee. In terms of the committee concerns, the committee is concerned about what could have led to the department not spending according to the quarterly projections. The committee also is concerned that despite the consistent failure by GPT to meet this target pertaining to representation of females at SMS level, the reasons provided for underperformance is not plausible. And the committee is concerned that GPT did not provide information pertaining to GOD, responsive budgeting or procurement for the period under review. That the committee is concerned that GPT did not provide information pertaining to township economy SMME local procurement for the period under review. The committee therefore recommends that GPT should provide a report detailing the impact of not adhering to quarterly financial projections regarding cash flow, accumulation of accruals, and budget rollover risks. GPT should provide a report highlighting the reasons for not achieving the requisite level of representation of females at SMS level and the impact thereof of equity equipment espoused in the Constitution and values of the public service, like inclusivity, diversity, and fairness. GPT should provide an explanation regarding lack of reporting on GOD responsive budgeting procurement for the period under review, and the impact of such on social justice, economic inclusion, and effective public service delivery. GPT should explain in a report the degree to which lack of reporting on township economy, SMME, local procurement for a period under review undermines objectives of economic transformation, transparency, and accountability. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC Maile and the Head of Department, the GIFA CEO, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. GIFA is now under DID, so that was the 4th quarter report. We want to also appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the 4th quarter performance report process, and it goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is also extended to all the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-25 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rules 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents the House and recommends that adoption of the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-2025 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Musai. Is there a seconder? Member Klaba, seconds. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Member Musai, Secretary, please read the 15th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank
Member
you.
Musai again.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to request that some of the items that I have not read be regarded as having been read. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Financial Performance Report, as tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Financial Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial position and monitor the financial performance of GPG departments for the quarter under review. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPG Quarterly Financial Performance Report ensures that the GPG departments are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. So the total provincial receipts amounted to 169.28 billion of the total budget. Out of this amount, equitable share amounted to 127.9 billion, 99 billion, conditional grants 27.4 billion, provincial financing 5.42 billion, and own revenue collection at 8.4 billion. As at the end of the fourth quarter, GPG departments requisitioned 168.7 billion, or 99.99% of the total appropriated budget. Furthermore, at the end of the fourth quarter, an impressive 8.446 billion was collected in revenue, which is 4% above the target. Relative to the same reporting period in the 2023-24 financial year, when the overall expenditure stood at 98%, the overall GPG expenditure for the 2024-25 financial year is 160.14 billion, or 99% of the adjusted budget. Most departments spend above 95%. Apart from Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, which recorded expenditure of 93% and 84% individually. GPL attributed underspending to the compensation of employees, while COGTA ascribed under expenditure to underperformance in terms of goods and services. The overall expenditure on goods and services amounts to 35.89 billion, or 98% of the adjusted budget of 36.59 billion, with underspending of 693 million. Spending on the top 10 goods and services item is 28.79 billion, or 99%, with realized underspending of 219 million on items such as contractors, laboratory services, computer services and learner, teacher support material, and consultants, mainly on the departments of health, e-government and education. In contrast, there is a projected overspending on top 10 goods and services items such as property payments, medicines, medical supplies, agency and support outsourced services and operating leases. Of the adjusted budget of 12.76 billion allocated to the infrastructure program, expenditure of 12.78 billion, 100%, was realized at the end of the fourth quarter. Most departments recorded expenditure equal to 100%, with pockets for over-expenditure, and the least performing departments are agricultural, rural development and environment at 76%. Sports, arts, culture and recreation at 88%. And reasons that were advanced for the under-expenditure range from delays in the filling of vacant positions, delays in finalizing the panel for contractors, and late receipts of invoices. The overall expenditure of GPG departments' conditional grants amount to 27.98 billion, or 99% of the adjusted budget of 28.36 billion. Underperformance was recorded in GDAD and COGTA, which spent 65% and 70% respectively. Slow spending is due to slow supply chain management processes and commitments for training, which did not materialize, and failure to roll out planned projects. However, it is worth noting that the departments of social development, economic development, human settlement, roads and transport, and infrastructure development realized 100% expenditure on conditional grants. Although there is a marked improvement in the financial performance of some GPG departments, there are departments that are still lagging and will be observed through in-year monitoring. The GPL, in its role to exercise oversight over departments, continuously monitors financial performance through quarterly report assessment, and this is done to assess departmental financial performance against set objectives. It is against this background that the financial performance of GPG departments in the fourth quarter is being assessed through this oversight report. This report, therefore, provides an overview of the financial performance of all GPG departments in the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year, and it seeks to measure progress in the implementation of projects by GPG departments and efficiency in the utilization of department allocated budgets. The concerns and recommendations of the committee. The committee is concerned about the Department of Social Development, that the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the indirect impact the underspending on NPO allocation has on vulnerable populations, including children, the elderly, survivors of gender-based violence, and people with disabilities who rely on these services. The Portfolio Committee is also concerned that the department's poor planning has severe consequences on vulnerable learners, thus impacting on their dignity, education, and overall well-being. In terms of the Department of Health, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that the slow pace of spending on the EPWP integrated grants and social sector EPWP incentive grants was due to slow supply chain management processes and commitments for training, which did not materialize. Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the portfolio is concerned about the extent to which under-expenditure is symptomatic of challenges in project planning and implementation. It's characterized by late finalization of grant business plans, as they were only signed in April. The committee therefore recommends for social development that the department should provide a report highlighting the impact its underspending on NPO allocation has on the implementation of government service delivery, promotion of accountability, and reaching the undeserved communities. That the department should provide cogent reasons for the continued underspending on dignity packs, school uniform, and food parcels, and how such undermines learners' rights, equality, and educational outcomes. On the Department of Health, that the committee recommends that the department should provide a report highlighting opportunity lost by not spending these EPW grants to alleviate poverty and unemployment by creating temporary work opportunities, particularly for the unskilled and unemployed, and providing training and skills development to improve their chances of accessing formal employment. From the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the department should provide a report highlighting whether there has been consequence management to officials who have perennially finalized grant business plans late. The Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the MEC, El Maile, the head of department, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. An appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberations on the fourth quarter Gauteng Provincial Government State of Finances process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, and the committee's gratitude is also extended to all the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the fourth quarter Gauteng Provincial Government State of Finances for the 2024-25 financial year, and in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter Gauteng Provincial Government State of Finances for the 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Musai. Is there a seconder?
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I second.
Member Mokobe seconds. Is there those in favor? Say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the last order.
Thank you, Honourable
16th order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Acting Speaker. I submit the Portfolio Economic Committee, Development Committee's Oversight Report, the 4th Quarterly Report for the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the 24-25 financial year. I'll provide to you just a summary of our findings. The department realized 71.43% of the set targets, therefore attaining 15 of 21 set targets, which entities attained 95 out of 110 planned targets, thus translating into 86% achievement. This remains concerning as the department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets, particularly those that are related to job creation. The following entities reported their financial and non-financial information in the quarter under review: the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, including its subsidiaries, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Tourism Authority, the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, and Deno King projects, as well as the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. It is worth noting that this is the last reporting period for the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site and Deno King projects, as in the 25-26 financial year they have been transferred to the Department of Environment. The committee noted that the department spent 98.74% of the budget for the quarter, which translated to 450.8 million rand against the budget allocation for the quarter of 422.3 million rand, which resulted into 98.74%, amounting to 6.4 million variance, with the year-to-date expenditure at 98.56% as at the end of the third quarter. The committee remains concerned with the department's inability to align expenditure with plans attained. The committee remains concerned on a number of infrastructure projects that remain incomplete, such as the Biopark Phase 3 and the construction of the new visitor centre at the Constitutional Hill. It exemplifies poor planning by the GGDA. The delays on these projects have been continuing for a long time. This is despite some of the intervention made by the committee through recommendations. In this report, the department reported that there has been some progress made, including the implementation of recommendations made by the Committee for Forensic Investigations. The lack of creating adequate job opportunities remains a concern for the committee, as in the previous quarter, similar concerns were raised with respect to the creation of enough jobs in Gauteng. Detailed findings and concerns by the committee was the following. The committee is concerned about not being furnished with the final report on the completion of the Biopark Phase 3 project with respect to the depleted professional fees for the PRT that necessitated a forensic investigation. Furthermore, the committee is concerned about the terms of references that were agreed between the department and the senior counsel tasked to investigate the conduct of Family Tree during the time the entity was contracted as an implementing agent of the department. Therefore, the committee recommends as follows. The committee recommends that the GGDA submit the outcomes of the forensic investigation report on the completion of the Biopark Phase 3, focusing mainly on the depleted professional fees for the PRT, which necessitated a forensic investigation to be recommended by the committee. This is despite being appraised by the GGDA that the recommendations emanating from that forensic report are being implemented internally. And the written response should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House by the 29th of August of this year. Secondly, the department should submit the term of reference that were agreed to between the department and senior counsel that was tasked with investigating allegations related to Family Tree. Furthermore, the report to be submitted should detail the rationale for the department for not opting for a full-scale forensic investigation as recommended by the committee, instead of appointing a senior counsel to carry out the investigation. A written response should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House by the 29th of August of this year. I would like to acknowledge the following persons. Appreciation is expressed to the members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Maile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations on the fourth quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude goes to the following honourable members as well: T. Koneni, B. Letswalu, M. Fikwe, M.S. Moriarty, N. Sharif, F.K. Ngubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, A.B. Taba, and N. Dilebo. It is an honour to lead such a hard-working team. Further appreciation goes to alternate members S.J. Dos Santos and P. Makwala, who attend committee activities as and when required. An appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons who work with us in the committee: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Modibe; Researcher, Dr. A. Malapane; Ms. M. Makubele; Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana; Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Mokubetsi; Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Baloy; Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Tlomu; Public Participation Assistant, Ms. R. Matubula; Service Officers, Ms. L. Wuslala and Ms. Z. Mabazu; and Communication Officer, Mr. T. Ndo; Information Officers, Ms. A. Intwevu, for their devoted assistance. And then, Acting Speaker, after due consideration, the Economic Department Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development fourth quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164. The committee represents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development fourth quarterly performance report for the 24-25 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Alberts. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Chair. I rise to second the report.
Member Sharif seconds. All those in favour say yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. And the report is adopted. That concludes the business of today. We are meeting tomorrow again, 10 o'clock. The House is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yeah.